ladies and gentlemen, the Utah High School Athletic Association has joined with the Utah Jazz and other sports organizations in the state of Utah to lead together in a long-term commitment to cultivate a community culture of inclusion and belonging and standing against racism and discrimination of all forms. Join the UHSAA and lead together by visiting leadtogetherutah.org.
Yeah, so they'll do the women's 200 medley.
Also remember, fans, there's no noise makers, no signs, and especially no flash photography. And you gotta help us out today in the management right at the start. Let's use these athletes every opportunity for their best time. And now clear the competition pool.
It was a power strip too. I don't think we need this because we're not listening to any commercials. Testing 1 2 1 2 3. Testing 1 2.
Mic 1, test 1? Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can everybody put your hands together, please? Okay, keep it going now. This meet and all meets these last two weekends would not be possible unless we had the head personnel that we have today. We want to give them a special recognition for all the time commitment and the expertise they provide to offer our children the best possible experience they can have. As we introduce them, they're going to wave to you, so let's hear you real loud with your appreciation. And we'll start off with the UHSAA swim director, Steve Marcy, and Van Whitaker. Our meet director, Dan Miller. Our meet referee, Natasha Scott. Our starter, Mike Wynn. I'm your announcer, voice of high school swimming, John the shortstop, Gary West. Chick-fil-A, Agrarian Insurance, Harrington Howard, Jimmy Lou, and McDonald's helping us out today. We ask your support for the statewide sportsmanship program, Raise the Bar. Sportsmanship does matter, and we ask for your support in demonstrating respect for all participants. Let's also give a big shout out to Brigham Young University for hosting the event. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this very moment, members of the United States Armed Forces, some of whom come from our own Utah communities, protect our freedom as we enjoy this competition today. We pause to honor those men and women and honor this nation. Thank you. Now please stand for the playing of our national anthem. Before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to visit the shirt stop to pick up your State hoodies, t-shirts, and hats. Shirt stop creates and designs the highest quality custom apparel in the state of Utah. I'd like to thank Gary West and Dairy Protein Powder, Powers and Performance. Local dairy farm families are passionate about
Welcome into the 5A Finals for the state swim meet, sponsored by the UHSAA, and we are glad to be here at the Brigham Young University Natatorium to start things off. My name is Cole Wissinger, giving you the broadcast all day for 5A and 6A alongside Joe Williams. How are you doing, Joe?
Doing really great, Cole. You and I were here all day yesterday watching the prelims. We saw several, not only 5A records, but Utah State high school records be broken. Not only that, we have a swimmer here today, and you will hear us talk about him over and over again from Olympus High School, who nearly set a pool record. Not just he, of course, got the Utah State high school record yesterday in the 50-yard freestyle.
That's not going to be the last time that we mistake meters for yards.
That is not going to be the last
from
time.
Yards to,
exactly.
From track to swim. Yeah.
You and I have done track the last few years as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize about that, but it's promising to be an exciting day of high competition swim.
And we are getting ready for the very first event. We will start things off with a couple of relays, as will become the pattern for the day all day. The B final goes first. That's the consolation bracket from yesterday's prelims, as will be followed with the A final, and then we'll announce and have the scoreboard cam up for you as well. Quiet in the stadium for the start as we get going with the women's 200-yard medley relay. Beginning with the backstroke leg and going from left to right as you watch along on TeamHype.live or KSLSports.com. We have in lane 1 the team from Bonneville. Lane 2 is Spanish Fork. Lane 3, Timpview. Lane 4, Brighton. Lane 5, Salem Hills. Lane 6, Maple Mountain. Lane 7, Kearns. And in lane 8 is the relay team from Granger.
Now, this Wasatch or in the next final, the A final, you're going to see Wasatch High School swimming in lane 4. They set the Utah State High School record just a couple of weeks ago on the 24th of January with a time of 1:45 even. And their seed time for this final was 1:46.15 with Olympus at 1:46.16.
Yeah, as we mentioned, we were here for the preliminaries yesterday, and so the top 8 times during all of the preliminary heats, and generally there's 3 or 4 heats worth of racers, those top 8 times earn spots in the final, the A final, and then the next 8 are racing in the B final. So these are places 9 through 16 from the preliminary times yesterday, and right now leading off halfway through the butterfly, and with only the freestyle to go after that, in lane 5 is the team from Salem Hills, followed in lane 4, Brighton, lane 3, Timpview. Those 3 lanes leading the way, and those were your 3 fastest in this final from yesterday, and into the water at the same time for the freestyle leg. All 3 teams. It's going to come down to Brighton, Salem Hills, Timpview. Who's got the fastest anchor, and into the turn first is Brighton in lane 4. Fantastic turn. It goes Brighton, now Timpview and Salem Hills. Timpview coming up strong at the very last stretch. Touching the wall first is going to be Brighton, and then Timpview, and then Salem Hills. Top 3 times in that order from the preliminaries yesterday.
That was just an incredible swim all around going into that freestyle leg. That was a great job by the butterfly to really catch up. You know, you saw Salem Hills out big coming off of the breaststroke and into the fly, and really they set up the freestyle leg well, but then Brighton and Timpview just came from behind. That was an incredible win for them.
And now in stadium, we're going to get a full announcement for the teams in the A final. In lane 1, it is going to be the team from Springville. Lane 2, Box Elder. Lane 3, Skyline. Lane 4 is Wasatch. Lane 5 is Olympus. Lane 6, Highland. Lane 7, Alta. And in lane 8, Woods Cross. Your top 8 preliminary times yesterday. I love the dramatics. In stadium, as we listen along as they're announcing it, they announce 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8
Yep.
to save that top seeding time for last. And as you mentioned, it is the team from Wasatch that comes in as the favorite in this event.
Now, it is the team from Wasatch with the highest seed time, but again, you're going to see Olympus. They are 1/100th of a
favorite might have
second.
been an exaggeration. Olympus is usually going to be the favorite in most events.
You're going to see that a lot today. 1/100th of a second separates these seed times. This is going to be an incredible race, and really, I just have no predictions.
Ladies are in the water and quiet in the stadium. Beginning with the backstroke, and off they go.
Fantastic start for both Wasatch and Olympus, able to get a good push off, and really they didn't come to the surface until halfway through the pool. That gives them so much speed.
Huge lead early for Wasatch. Fantastic through the backstroke, and in first by 0.4 of a second. Wasatch leads into the breast. It goes Wasatch, then Olympus. Pacing third is Highland in lane 6.
Olympus doing really well, making up that lost ground on this breaststroke leg.
Wasatch, then Olympus. 4, then 5, then 6, as we mentioned, Highland. Butterfly.
They are neck and neck right now, 0.07 of a second separated the two teams coming off into the fly.
50 yards to go, and they are in the water at the same time for the freestyle.
0.02 of a second separating that wall touch. They are neck and neck going into the final turn.
Wasatch, then Olympus. Lane 4, then 5. Great turn out of Wasatch. Coming down the final stretch. Olympus going strong. Olympus by less than 0.2 goes Olympus, then Wasatch and Skyline making up ground in that last leg as well, coming in third. That's your medal, unofficially, medal stand for the 200-yard medley relay.
Now, that is the top 2 times right there take places 2 and 3 in the Utah State records.
Fantastic. And yeah, so Joe has up next to us the all-time state records to reference and give some context during the course of the night. It's going to be exciting. And it's the team from Wasatch
So yeah,
this year that holds number 1.
that team we just saw swim will hold the first and third state record.
And they punched themselves just out of the top 5 as they came into the day with the 5th, this same squad of 4 swimmers. Now the B final for the men's, same event, 200-yard medley relay. In lane 1, again going from left to right as you watched along with us, it goes the team from Cypress, then Box Elder in lane 2, Springville in lane 3, Spanish Fork lane 4, Kearns is in lane 5, West High in lane 6, Cedar Valley lane 7, and Viewmont in lane 8. It was Spanish Fork in lane 4 with the fastest seed time, the preliminary time at 1:45.07, just missing out on the top 8. Backstroke is concluded halfway through the butterfly, halfway through the breaststroke, and it is the team in Springville in lane 3 that leads so far. Springville, then Kearns, then Spanish Fork. Springville, Kearns West, Spanish Fork at the halfway point.
You've got West making a strong case for them here coming into the final leg.
Anchor legs ready. Into the water first for the freestyle is lane 5, Kearns, then West. West, then Kearns. Very close. Then Springville in lane 3. Final turn, final 25 yards. Lane 5, Kearns, then West.
Kearns with a half a body lead on West. Springville looking like number 2.
And that is how the B final ends for you. It goes Kearns, Springville, and then West with Spanish Fork in 4th. Racers will exit the water, and we get ready for the A final in the men's 200-yard medley.
Now, I believe they're going to give out awards now for the women's 200 medley relay.
And this is their opportunity to go back and forth and give you some additional coverage of the medal stand as well. Depends on if they're ready and if they got final times in.
Yes, they are going to do the awards now. And this is going to be the pattern you're going to see today. They will have the consolation final and then the award for the previous event, and then the A final go on to the next, and that'll be the pattern all day.
So I hope you're watching along with the scoreboard in the top left corner. We'll have the full standings going from 16 to 9 at first. That's who we saw in the B final. And then as the scoreboard updates itself, we get 8 through 4. It goes Woods Cross, Alta, Springville, Box Elder, and Highland.
And there's our top 3 right there, with the time of 1:46.88. The team from Skyline High School in 3rd. with a time of 1:45.33. They taking third place in the state record book is Wasatch High School, and second only to one
Same
state
Wasatch
record,
team.
Olympus High School, with a time of 1:45.15, take the gold today.
Olympus gets the fastest time when it counts, and this begins our medal count for Olympus during the course of the day, especially they pick up their first gold.
I'm not sure that you and I are going to be able to keep up with the medal count for Olympus. They really are the team to beat in any 5A swim meet. They do so well. They've got an incredible program over there, training hard, and have produced many, many incredible swimmers going on to universities.
And now being announced in stadium is the A final, as we get one final look at the girls. Getting their pictures taken on the medal stand at the 200-yard medley relay. The men's 200-yard medley relay begins. And in the A final, in lane 1 on the left side of your screen is Clearfield. Lane 2 is Alta. Lane 3, Olympus. Lane 4 is Brighton. Lane 5 is Skyline. Lane 6, the team from East Hythe. Lane 7 is Wasatch. And lane 8 is Timpview. Fastest qualifying time is going to be Brighton with a time of 1:33.30. Second fastest was Skyline in lane 5.
The state record in this one is held by the team from Olympus from last year. That is 1:32.34.
And it gives us, on the record board, it gives us a date as well. It was February the 22nd. I imagine that took place at this state swim meet. That's where we were just last
that's
year,
exactly
right?
where we were, yeah.
Exactly. Oh, and even you can do a little bit of math here. They set the state record on prelim day because it's the next day where they have the second.
The second state record.
And all top 6 times are teams from Olympus in this record book. 6, 7, 8, 9 of the top 10
9 of the top 10.
belong to Olympus.
And most of them coming in the last 2 years.
But Brighton comes in with a great prelim time yesterday, and they get into the water for the breaststroke first in lane 4. Brighton, your leader thus far. Followed by Skyline. Olympus is in lane 3, pacing in third. And Brighton coming out to a fantastic lead.
This is a very impressive Brighton team so far. They have gotten the lead, and they have kept it the entire time, really not letting Skyline or Olympus get any ground on them until this moment.
75 yards to go, and Brighton and Skyline are neck and neck, and Skyline coming out of the turn in the butterfly slightly ahead, and they will have the lead into the anchor leg. Skyline first in lane 5, then in lane 4 is Brighton. 50-yard free separating Skyline and Brighton from the medal stand. Skyline first into the turn. Brighton first out of the turn. And this will be neck and neck at the end. Skyline, then Brighton, with just a couple tenths of a second between, and possible new state record.
It is
in the
unofficial until they have given the awards, but according to what I'm seeing right here, Skyline taking the high school state record.
And if Skyline hadn't been racing right next to them, Brighton also breaking that same record.
Yeah, exactly. So they will take spots 1 and 2 in the record books going forward.
And a good embrace by the two gentlemen in lane 4 and 5 at the end of that. Just a fantastic effort from both teams from pole to pole.
That's the awesome thing you see in 5A, in these higher classifications. The high schools are so close that these guys have been swimming together not only all year, but they've been swimming against each other in competition leagues for a long time. They know each other, they've swam against each other, and they really, the bonds that you see here are really deep.
Distance stays the same, event changes here as we get into the women's 200-yard freestyle, the B final first. Starting in lane 1, it is going to be Evie Powers from Brighton. In lane 2 is Izzy Harris from Viewmont. Lane 3 is Macy Paulson from Springville. Lane 4 is Elsa Bringard from Skyline. Lane 5 is Clara McDonough from Alta. Lane 6 is Cassidy Long from Maple Mountain. Lane 7 is Mia Smith from Cypress. And lane 8 is Gabriela Zurias from Brighton. She is a sophomore. Quite a few freshmen and sophomores making this event.
You know what? On the board, they have something completely different from what we have.
Now it catches up.
Now it catches up. There we go.
Scoreboard a little bit delayed as BYU tries to connect their technology with the UHSAA technology. Don't always communicate well, but we'll try to keep things straight for you during the course of the morning and afternoon. I think I started this broadcast by saying good evening. I was doing a basketball game last night, you know.
Yeah,
we'll
you and I are so used to being at
day.
basketball at night, being here at 10 o'clock in the morning, kind of unique for
It's
us.
a different vibe, but we'll get used to it. And then stay along with us on KSLSports.com for 6A's swim finals that will take place in the evening.
Yes.
In lane 4, you have the leader in this B final. It is Elsa Brangard from Skyline. Came in with the fastest preliminary time. And she's now 50 yards away.
This is an incredible rivalry between two high schools today. We've been saying the names Olympus and Skyline a lot. They are really near each other in Salt Lake. And you're going to see on this sheet, 5 of the top 16 times are from Olympus and Skyline.
Coming in the home stretch of the B final. Finishing first, Elsa Bringard from Skyline at a time of 2:01.31. Very similar to her qualifying time of 2:01.57 that she raced yesterday. And now we head over to the medal stand as we get the announcements of the top 16 finishers for the men's 200-yard medley relay. Official results from the A final. We have Clearfield, then Timpview, then Wasatch, then Alta, and on the medal stand, Joe.
Just an incredible showing from these top 3 teams. You see the team from Olympus getting the bronze with a time of 1:36.87. They have some of the best hats that I have ever seen. Olympus High School wearing those wide brim branded hats. I love those things.
There you
go. You see the team from Brighton High School getting the silver with a time of 1:32.02, which would be a state record if it was not for the team from Skyline High School, a new Utah state record of 1 minute 31 seconds .74, taking gold.
The 5A high school record and the Utah State high school record for the team from Skyline High at the top of the medal stand today.
Guaranteed that is not the only time we're going to be saying that today. That is a good point. That is an automatic All-American time. Any team that got under 148.79, oh no, that is event 3. It was any team under 132.38, automatic All-American team.
Both Brighton and Skyline.
Both Brighton
Clear
and
that
Skyline.
bench. now we head back to the pool for the A final of the women's 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, you have Avery Haynes, a senior from Wasatch. In lane 2, it is Greta Doretto, a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 3 is Vienna Lemon, a junior from Olympus. Lane 4 is Coco Riding, a senior from Spanish Fork. Lane 5 is Rory Sorensen, a sophomore from Skyline. Lane 6 is Shayla Zulik, a sophomore from Skyline. Lane 7 is Aluya Luilani, a freshman from Springville High. And in lane 8, it is a senior from Highland, Ellie Plant. Fastest qualifying time here is the senior from Spanish Fork in lane 4. It is Coco Riding, 1:54.65. Fastest by almost 2 seconds during yesterday's preliminaries. Quiet at the start.
Great start all around. All swimmers neck and neck going into that first turn. Riding starting to pull ahead a little bit going into the second turn.
50 yards down, and Riding has the lead. Riding followed by Sorensen, then Lemon in lane 3. Also Zulkic in lane 6. Lane 4, then lane 5, it's Riding and Sorensen. Spanish Fork, Skyline, and Skyline in third. And now, pulling away down the final stretch, it is Coco Riding, the senior from Spanish Fork. Body length ahead.
50 yards to go. She was already through her turn by the time second place started their turn. She has a significant lead. It is going to be tough to beat her in this final 25 yards.
Last turn. And it is Coco Riding, and the battle for silver begins, as it's been a great final stretch for Vienna Lemon of Olympus in lane 3. It'll be Riding, then Lemon pulling out from behind, and Rory Sorensen and Skyline in third unofficially.
1/100th of a second separating second and third place.
Fantastic finish from Vienna Lemon from Olympus. That is the women's 200-yard freestyle, men's 200-yard freestyle B heat coming up next. And off they are. Men's consolation final for the 200-yard freestyle. You have Justin Teo, a freshman from West, in lane 1 on your left. Lane 2 is McKay Simmons, a sophomore from Cypress. Lane 3 is Max Campbell, a junior from Clearfield. Lane 4 is Henry Long, a sophomore from Bountiful. Lane 5 is Brighton Bushnell, a senior from Wasatch. Lane 6 is Stockton Rogers, a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 7 is Ryan Horn, a sophomore from Kearns. And in lane 8, it is Vincent Wu, senior, Skyline High. Lane 5 leading thus far, Brighton Bushnell from Wasatch.
A little bit about the state record book in this particular event, the 200-yard freestyle for the men. In the state record belongs to a name that you are going to hear us say multiple times from Olympus, Abe Astle. He is a BYU commit, senior this year at Olympus, and he is swimming in the 50 freestyle, 50-yard freestyle, and I believe one other event today. He has the record in this event at 1:37.65. He is not swimming this event today, though, because you can only have 2 individual events, and he, I think, wants to save it for more of the short course, or the shorter events, the 50 and the 100, rather than the 200.
Folks getting loud in the stadium. Down the final stretch and finishing first is Henry Long from Bountiful. Second place is Max Campbell from Clearfield, and lane 6, Stockton Rogers of Olympus finishes third in that consolation final for the men's 200-yard freestyle. Now we head back to the medal stand for the ladies' 200-yard freestyle event.
In 16th place from Brighton, Gabrielle Zurius. From Maple Mountain, 15th place, Cassidy Long. In 14th place from Springville, Macy Polson. Izzy Harris of Viewmont in 13th. Evie Powers from Brighton in 12th. Claire McDonough from Alta in 11th. Mia Smith from Cypress in 10th. And Elsa Bringard from Skyline with a time of 2:01.31, winning that B final. Now, your top 8 in the women's 200 freestyle. From Highland, you have Ellie Plant. From Wasatch, in 7th place, Avery Haynes. From Skyline, in 6th place, Shayla Zolkic. From Olympus, in 5th place, Greta Doretto. In 4th, from Springville, Aaliyah Leonai. And your top 3 from Skyline with a time of 1:56.64, Rory Sorensen. With the silver medal from Olympus, a time of 1:56.63, Vienna Lemon. And finally, a very, very impressive prelim yesterday and a final today. Coco Riding from Spanish Fork High School with a time of 1:54.81, taking the gold medal.
Spanish Fork's first gold of the finals today. Meanwhile, Olympus has already swam for the cycle, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze in the first 3 events.
That is impressive. That is very, very impressive.
And now the swimmers get ready for the final of the men's 200-yard freestyle. Heat A. Starting in lane 1, it is Andrew Webster, a senior from Viewmont. In lane 2, Casey Camard is a senior from Timpview. In lane 3 is Jackson Hatchard, a junior from Olympus. In lane 4 is Benjamin Hatchard, a senior from Olympus. Luan Bernard is in lane 5 as a junior from Brighton. Lane 6 is Connor Swenson, a senior from Olympus. Lane 7 is Ammon Camus, a senior from Woods Cross. And in lane 8, Kai Hale is a sophomore from Skyline High.
Benjamin Hatchard, the senior from Olympus, with the fastest seed time of 1:40.64. The state record in this, 1:37.65. But Benjamin Kennard's 1:40.64 gets him in 9th place in the state record books.
Quiet at the start. And off they go. It'll be Hatchard, and Hatchard coming up first. Bernard in lane 5 is going to come into the turn first, 25 yards down. And that's how they pace. It goes Brighton, then Olympus and Olympus, with Hatchard and Hatchard in lane 4 and 3, respectively. Sizable lead early for Luan Bernard, the junior from Brighton. Heading into that halfway point.
That is the tough thing about these longer events is how do you pace yourself? How do you maintain that lead? Just because you're leading in the first 100 does not mean that you're going to be able to maintain that lead. You might wear yourself out early.
The endurance coming into play and lasting so far.
Hatchard making up some ground, making it real tight, coming into the last 50.
Bernard hits, then Benjamin Hatchard, then Jackson Hatchard and Connor Swenson battling for bronze. But the top two are out there in the lead. Final turn for Bernard, then Benjamin Hatchard. Brighton High and Olympus pacing first and second in lane 5, then 4. And Bernard touches first, followed by Benjamin Hatchard. And the junior Jackson Hatchard will come in at third. 138.70 is unofficially possibility for a place in the record books.
This is very interesting. The official UHSAA record book has Abe Astle from Olympus with a time of 137.65 as the state and 5A record holder. But the board in here had the 5A record at 139.
Yeah, the records that they show here on the final heat sheets reflect the records below Abe Astle. And so Abe, just the date on that record is earlier this year. And we will find that out when the men go to the medal stand. After this, the B final of the women's 200-yard individual medley. We are on to event 5 in the 5A state swim final. In lane 1, it is Saren Staples, a senior from Wasatch. Lane 2 is Cameron Tanton, a freshman from Timpview. Lane 3 is Kira Jameson, a junior from Skyline. Lane 4 is Kate Brower, a junior from Springville. Lane 5 is Claire Hamula, a senior from Highland. Lane 6 is Felicia Shee, a senior from Skyline. Lane 7 is Tiffany Palmer, junior, Cypress. And in lane 8 on the right side of your screen, it is Lola Hunter, the sophomore from East High.
Now, when I swam, this was my favorite event to swim. This is one of the most challenging events, I would say, because you are doing all 4 strokes. You have to do all of the different turns. You have to know flip turns. You have to know touch turns. You have to be able to transition well and quickly. You have to be able to have that endurance. You have to have great technique in all 4 strokes. In order to win the individual medley medal, you have to be a fantastic all-around swimmer. Again, you have to understand all those things and pacing. How do you make sure that you keep that endurance up through all 200 yards?
Claire Hamula is leading in lane 5. And into that final discipline, the freestyle. Hamula in lane 5, followed by Brower in lane 4. Final turn for Hamula, then Brower. Down the final stretch. And Hamula will run away with this. 2:12.23. Improving on her time from yesterday. And then Brower in second. Cameron Tanton in third in that B heat.
Now we are going to go over to the medal stand for the awards for the men's 200-yard freestyle event. In 16th place from Cypress High School, McKay Simons. In 15th from Kearns High School, Ryan Horn. In 14th from West, Justin Tao. In 13th from Wasatch, Brighton Bushnell. From Skyline in 12th, Vincent Wu. In 11th from Olympus, Stockton Rogers. In 10th from Clearfield, Max Campbell. And in 9th place from Bountiful, Henry Long. Top 8 coming soon. In 8th place from Viewmont High School, Andrew Webster. In 7th place from Woods Cross High School, Ammon Kamu. In 6th place from Skyline High, Kai Hale. In 5th place from Timpview, Casey Cumard. In 4th place from Olympus, Connor Swenson. And your top 3 with a bronze from Olympus High School, Jackson Hatchard, the junior. In 2nd place with the silver medal, also from Olympus, and I assume Jackson's older brother, the senior, Benjamin Hatchard. And in 1st place with the gold, going to Brighton High School, Luan Bernard.
That is the first gold medal of the event for Brighton High School, adding to their silver that they won earlier.
There they are.
All 8 gentlemen on the medal stand.
You can really tell the Olympus athletes because, again, they have those awesome hats on every time they are on the podium.
And when you're going to come out with that kind of swag, you want to be able to back it up. And Olympus High School is going to be able to
They
make
can
their
back it
presence
up.
felt. Yeah,
They
that's
can
right.
back it up.
The championship final for the women's 200-yard individual medley is now ready at the pool. Starting in lane 1 on the left, Ava Glissmeyer, a sophomore from Woods Cross. Lane 2 is Kate Reichner, a senior from Timpview. Elaine Liu is a senior from Skyline. Swimming in lane 4 is Veronica Black, a senior from Highland. In lane 5, it is Rainey Moran, a sophomore from Olympus. Paige Hicken is in lane 6, a sophomore from Wasatch. Lane 7 is Linnea Nelson, a senior from Salem Hills. And in lane 8, Sadie McDonald is a junior from Olympus. Fastest qualifying time was Veronica Black, the senior from Highland, with a time of 2:03:09. That time significant as she swam it yesterday, and it was a 5A high school record and a Utah State high school record that was broken just yesterday at the preliminaries. That's how you get to swim in lane 4 for today's final. Veronica Black into the water at the center of your screen and coming out with the early lead through the butterfly.
Now,
Right next to her, Elaine Liu.
we should also say the pool record here is 2:01:43, just about a second and a half faster. So if Veronica Black can find a way to shave that off, she will have made the pool record better than any college swimmer that has swam in this pool.
Black also in the record book for a time in last year's individual medley on the 17th of February, sometime towards the end of the season, possibly also at the state tournament last year. And then in the preliminaries, again, breaking her own personal best and a 5A record and a state record. And she has the lead into her backstroke in lane 4 at the center of your screen. The race for silver is on either side of her in lane 3 with Elaine Liu and then Rainey Moran in lane 5. Into the breaststroke. And Kay Reichner in lane 2 of Timpview, also showing strong, but this is Veronica Black's event to lose. Out of the water as the rest of the racers get out of their turns.
She has a multiple second lead over anyone else.
Great pace into the freestyle at 1:32:37.
She could do it. She could beat her own record here.
Final 25 for Veronica Black. Followed by Liu, followed by Moran. Down the home stretch.
5 seconds away.
It's within reach. And Veronica Black touches unofficially with a time of 2:02.33. Almost a second faster from her already state record from just yesterday.
And less than a second off from the pool record. That is an incredible swim from Veronica Black.
Unofficially next to her in second, Rainey Moran of Olympus and Elaine Liu of Skyline, second and third, respectively, in that 200-yard individual medley. As the ladies get out of the pool, the B final of the men's 200-yard individual medley prepare.
Now, this men's 200-yard individual medley, this is our first event of the day so far that the state record is not a 5A record. It is held by Lone Peak from Jordan Tiffany of Lone Peak from February 8th, 2019.
B final start. In lane 1, it is Parker Edwards, senior from Wasatch. Lane 2 is Thomas Powers, a senior from Brighton. Lane 3 is Oscar Astle, a freshman from Olympus. Lane 4 is Blake Abney, a junior from Alta. Lane 5 is Dallin McKee, a senior from
Box Elder.
Box Elder High School. In lane 6, it is Eddie Hansen, a sophomore from Spanish Fork. Lane 7 is Yunpeng Tao, a senior from Skyline. And in lane 8, it is Benson Mortensen, a freshman from Wasatch. That completing your B final for the men's 200-yard individual medley. Now, Joe, what you said would be true, that the state record isn't a 5A record in the individual medley. Had Ada Bastel not broken that record just yesterday, as they've updated on our heat finals record book, but not yet in the UHSAA record book. And so Abe Astle, who will be competing in this event in the A final up next, just yesterday swam with a time of 1:45.56.
And that is an automatic All-American. That is the only automatic, even the only consideration for an All-American. And he will be swimming in that B final. And I believe he will also be swimming. Let me see where else he is swimming today.
Breaststroke concludes, and we're 50 yards away from the completion of the consolation final. In lane 4, it is Blake Abney from Alta. Abney coming down the home stretch. And he will touch first in lane 4, followed by Dallin McKee and Oscar Astle, the freshman from Olympus. Oscar Astle, a freshman, now making way for Abe Astle, the senior from Olympus, who will race in the next heat. Before we do that, we will head to the podium for the final results of the women's 200-yard individual medley.
In 16th place from East High School, you have Lola Hunter. In 15th place from Wasatch, Saren Staples. In 14th place from Cypress, Tiffany Palmer. In 13th place from Skyline, Kira Jameson. In 12th from Skyline as well, Felicia Shee. In 11th from Timpview, Cameron Tanton. In 10th from Springville, Kate Brower. And 9th place winning the B final from Highland High School, Claire Hamula. The top 8 from Salem Hills High School, Linnea Nelson. From Wasatch High School in 7th place, Paige Hicken. In 6th place from Olympus High School, Sadie McDonald. In 5th place from Woods Cross, Ava Glissmeyer. In 4th place from Timpview, Kate Reichner. With the bronze medal going to Skyline High School, Elaine Liu. In 2nd place with the silver medal, Olympus High's Rainey Moran. And with an impressive state record, 2:02.33, less than 1 second off a college record in this pool, from Highland High School, Veronica Black.
Highland getting their first medal of the day.
And what a medal that is. A gold Utah State High School record.
The Olympus medal count up to 6 after 5 final events. Abe Astle now stands With his long frame, you can pick him out in lane 4 on your screen.
Just looking this up, Veronica Black committed to San Diego State University to swim.
Now the men's 200-yard individual medley final. In lane 1, Thomas Chamberlain, a sophomore from Viewmont. In lane 2, Lakin Swenson, a senior from Olympus. Lane 3 is Glenn Tanner, a senior from East. Lane 4, Abe Astle, senior, Olympus. Lane 5, Isaac Wardle, a senior from Olympus. Lane 6 is Nash Hale, a senior from Skyline. Lane 7 is Braden Stoddard, a junior from Wasatch. And in lane 8, Benjamin Schiffman is a senior from Brighton High School.
Now Abe Astle, the BYU commit, swimming in lane 4, already an All-American in this event.
Has the state record and is looking to improve upon that. Into the water. Now just to clean things up, Abe Astle, for the finals today, in the state finals, you can only compete individually in 2 events. His other event will be the 100-yard breaststroke.
Right, correct.
That will come up later this evening, also participating in relay teams.
Yes, I believe he is on all of Olympus's relay teams, their men's relay teams.
But as you just scan through your final leaderboards, his name is littered across with state records in many different events. And so when you have a state record in the freestyle and in the backstroke and in the breaststroke, you put it all together for a fantastic 200-yard individual medley, and he has a wonderful lead going into his breaststroke here. Second place currently pacing in lane 6. It is Nash Hale from Skyline.
I should also say, Abe Astle's prelim time for this is state record, 1:45.56. The pool record here is 1:44.62, less than a second off of Abe Astle's state record time. It is not unreasonable to think that he could shave a second off of his time in this final heat.
And Astle's now into the freestyle. As we mentioned, he has the state record for the 100-yard freestyle. He's got 25 yards of freestyle to go. A healthy lead and a gold medal in his future, but can he touch to improve upon his time from yesterday? Just off, 1:46.01. Maybe half a second slower, but a fantastic time and something that'll earn you a spot on the medal stand. Nash Hale comes in second and Isaac Wardle in third from Olympus. 1, 2, 3 unofficially. And Olympus may have 2 more medals in their bag. We are now 6 events through the 5A state final. A fantastic race from Abe Astle.
And now we are going on to the unified 50-yard freestyle for women and men. And they're going to do, I love this, every year. They invite the swimmers from all the teams out onto the bulkhead in the pool here to cheer on the unified athletes.
And a round of applause comes from the fans, the parents, and their fellow swimmers as we get ready for 2 unified swims. We'll start with the women's 50-yard free.
I love these unified events every year because it really, it's a way for everybody to come together, cheer together. It isn't about the competition right now. Right now it's about everybody being together.
Sport.
Exactly.
And you can feel the excitement from the swimmers themselves as they get ready to hype up their fans. Starting in lane 1 on the left side of your screen. It is going to be Lily Orton. She's a sophomore from West High. And everyone gets applause as well. Lane 2, Ella Thompson is a senior from Timpview. Lane 3 is Sky Bowen, a junior from Kearns.
They say she is from Wasatch, not Kearns.
That's right. Lane 4 is Addie Gassman, a senior from Highland. Also added a little color from the PA guy here in stadium. Addie Gassman is a para-athlete who has competed in many events. Skyla Sterry is a freshman from Alta. Lillian Peterson is in lane 6. She's a freshman from Kearns. And in lane 7, Sarah Thompson is a senior from Timpview. The cheers rain down, and we get ready to start this event. And they're in the water.
So Addie Gassman in lane 4 from Highland High School. She is the U.S. Paralympic champion in the 200-yard breaststroke, the time of 3:34.27. She just won that championship on December 13th of this year.
And she is the first to finish in lane 4 of this 50-yard freestyle. She came in with a qualifying time of 28:48. She finishes in 28:19 today. And now the race continues between all the other athletes coming in. Skyla Sterry from Alta High School touches the wall. And Lillian Peterson. And Sky Bowen. Ella Thompson coming down the home stretch next in lane 2. Sarah Thompson swimming her way in lane 7 from Timpview. And doing a beautiful backstroke in lane 1, it's Lily Orton from West. All 7 touching the wall and in for this unified event.
What a fantastic event. I love that every year.
One more round of applause for the ladies in the unified event. Making way now for the gentlemen. Same event, 50-yard free. Zachary Anderson is in lane 2, a senior from Cedar Valley. Lane 3 is Weston Stewart, a junior from Salem Hills. Lane 4 is a junior from West Jordan, Garrett Draper. Lane 5 is a sophomore from Cypress, Colton Redden. And in lane 6, a senior from Brighton, Dylan Etherington. Five gentlemen in this 50-yard freestyle unified race.
Now, I do have to say I'm a little biased here. I am a West Jordan Jaguar myself.
There's a West Jordan swimmer here.
And I got to give a big shout out to Garrett Draper in lane 4.
And they're away. Draper and Colton Redden in lanes 4 and 5 lead the way through one turn. They get to the turn and keep going. Draper leading in lane 4 from West Jordan. Garrett Draper finishes. Colton Redden finishes. Weston Stewart. And then Etherington in lane 6. And Zach Anderson from Cedar Valley doing the breaststroke. Zach Anderson with some great form and gets the cheers coming down in his home stretch. And those are your men's freestyle 50-yard unified swimmers.
Go Dub J. That's all I got to say. Throwing up my Dub J sign right here.
West Jordan High.
West Jordan High. Big shout out to any Jaguars listening in.
Event number 7 today is the women's 50-yard freestyle. We're on to the sprints, as things will be going fast and furious for the next few races.
So I believe we're going to swim the 50-yard freestyles for men and women, and then a 15-minute break that we'll take as well. We're going to mute our mics. We're going to get some water and kind of reset and go on after that.
Also, by way of scheduling, the women's the B final, the consolation, will race, and then we'll head back over to the medal stand for an update there. The women's 50-yard free coming up next. And they're in the water. In lane 1, Rebecca Cyril, a junior from Woods Cross. In lane 2, Hannah Quinn, sophomore from Timpview. In lane 3, Izzy Reynolds, junior from Skyline. Lane 4 is Sydney McElwee, a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 5 is Aoban Bradley, a sophomore from Brighton. Lane 6 is Grace Cannon. Lane 7 is Cameron Peterson. Lane 8 is Veronica Passion. And they're already at the finish. It is in lane 3, Izzy Reynolds from Skyline finishing that B final in first. Then Bradley, then McElwee. 1, 2, 3. When we say fast and furious, we mean it. That 50-yard free, you blink and you miss it.
It really is. I'm less than 30 seconds long. It is a sprint in every definition. Now we are going over to the awards podium for the men's 200-yard individual medley race. In 16th from Wasatch, Benson Mortensen. In 15th from Brighton, Thomas Powers. In 14th from Spanish Fork, Eddie Hansen. In 13th from Wasatch, Parker Edwards. In 12th from Skyline, Youngpeng Tao. In 11th from Olympus, Oscar Astle. In 10th from Box Elder High School, Dallin McKee. And in 9th from Alta High School, Blake Abney. And now the championship final in 8th place from Wasatch Academy, Braden Stoddard. In 7th place from Viewmont High School, Thomas Chamberlain. In 6th place from Brighton, Benjamin Schiffman. In 5th place from Olympus, Lakin Swenson. In 4th place from East High, Glenn Tanner. Getting the bronze for Olympus High School, Isaac Wardle. Getting the silver medal in 2nd place from Skyline High School, Nash Ale. And in 1st place, not quite beating his state record from the prelims yesterday, Abe Astle from Olympus High School, a time of 1:46.01. He now has the high school record in that event with 1:45.56. And there they are, receiving their medals. We'll see Abe Astle race again in the 100-yard breaststroke.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to our I Am champions. All state swimmers there. Well done. The new state record this weekend.
New state record and automatic All-American, Abe Astle.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final of event number 7, the women's 50-yard freestyle. Swimming lane 1, we have a junior from
Now the final, the A final for the women's 50-yard free. In lane 1 on your left is Elsa Bringer, a junior from Skyline. Lane 2 is Sophie Rona, a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 3, Ava Phillips, is a senior from Timpview. Lane 4 is Fran Hunt, a junior from Olympus. Lane 5, Ofa Fa, is a senior from West. Lane 6, Bella Williams, is a senior from Skyline. Lane 7 is Reese Andrews, a junior from Wasatch. Lane 8 is Elsie Malinka, a junior from Wasatch. Fastest preliminary time in this race belongs to Fran Hunt, the junior from Olympus, with a time of 23.81, less than a second away from the state record and the 5A record, but 1 second in this short of a sprint is a long distance to make up.
That is a lot to make up. Now, I do have to say, Maddie Parker, I will let the race start and then say. Maddie Parker holds the state record in this event of 23:14. She set that 2 years ago at this exact meet, beating a record older than myself from 1997 of 23:25.
Coming down the home stretch, leading in lane 4 is Fran Hunt. And she touches first, 23.89. Second place unofficially, Ofa Fa from West. And in lane 6, Bella Williams from Skyline. That is the women's 50-yard free. The men's 50-yard free consolation final comes up next.
And the consolation final of event number 8, the men's 50-yard freestyle.
Swimmers on the blocks.
Go ahead,
The start's so important on these sprints. In lane 1 on the left is Matt Lee. Lane 2 is Caleb Allen. Lane 3 is Ilian Manriquez. Lane 4 is Dylan Trenanov. Lane 5 is Evan Karachik. Lane 6 is Daxon Rasband. Lane 7 is Jake Funk. And in lane 8, Tag Lund.
You have to race the swimmers just to get the names out. That is impressive.
Manriquez from Alta High finishes that B final in first place from lane 3.
Going to go over to the medal stand now for the women's 50-yard freestyle medals. They were just taking a second to make the times official before announcing any awards. Tied for 15th place from Viewmont, Veroni Paskin and Woods Cross's Rebecca Cyril. In 14th from Box Elder, Camry Peterson. In 13th from Timpview, Hannah Quinn. In 12th from Wasatch High School, Grace Cannon. In 11th from Olympus, Sydney McElwee. In 10th from Brighton, Ave Bradley. In 9th from Skyline, Izzy Reynolds. And now, on the medal stand, in 8th place from Wasatch Academy, Elsie Malinka. In 7th from Wasatch, Reese Andrews. In 6th from Skyline, Elsa Bringard. In 5th from Olympus, Sophie Rona. In 4th from Timpview, Eva Phillips. On the stand with the bronze, Skyline High School's Bella Williams. Second place, the silver medal goes to West High School's Ofa Fa. And getting the gold medal, adding to their medal count, Olympus High's Fran Hunt.
Officially, after 7 events, Olympus High has 3 golds, 3 silvers, and 3 bronze medals.
Oh, wow. That is impressive.
The men's 50-yard free final is up next.
A little mix-up with the medals, but I think they've got it figured out. And Fran Hunt getting her gold medal with a time of 23.89. And there they are, the women's 50-yard freestyle. Now over to you, Cole, for the men's 50-yard freestyle final.
In the A final in lane 1, it is Jaden Courtney, a senior from Olympus. In lane 2, it is Lincoln Hatch, a junior from Kearns. Lane 3 is Liam Glissmeyer, a senior from Bountiful. Lane 4 is Isaac Hale, a senior from Viewmont. Lane 5 is Kevin Tu, a senior from Olympus. Lane 6 is Ben Goach, a senior from Skyline. Lane 7 is Dylan Graff, a junior from Wasatch. And in lane 8, Finnegan Vorwaller, a senior from Skyline, on the right side of your screen. Fastest preliminary time in yesterday's heats, Isaac Hale, the senior from Viewmont, with a time of 21.15, 2/10 of a second quicker than Kevin Tu, racing beside him in lane 5. Racers on the blocks. And into the water. Strong for the first 25. Good turn. Hale leading. And Hale pulling away in lane 4 in the middle of your screen. Isaac Hale from Viewmont, 20.89. Followed by Ben Goach and Liam Glissmeyer. Your unofficial 1, 2, 3, all within a second in the men's 50 free.
Results of the unified swims. And we also have all pools are open, so if anyone you can stay in the pool, everyone else can go in the pool.
And there it is. At the conclusion of that men's 50-yard free, we will have a short break in the pool where swimmers can warm up and get ready for the afternoon events. Also on the medal stand will be the unified swimmers before we take a break on the broadcast.
Now for the women's 50-yard freestyle unified event, you have Sarah Thompson from Timpview High School and Ella Thompson, also from Timpview High School. You have Sky Bowen of Wasatch High, Lily Peterson of Kearns High School, and Skyla Strahe of Alta High. There they are, your women's 50-yard unified freestyle medalists. Now going on to the men's 50-yard freestyle unified event.
There's two divisions that they separate them into for the women's 50-yard free, and so now taking the medal stand is Lily Orton.
Oh, you are
from
are
West.
correct. Yep. You have Lily Orton, and then the Paralympic champion in the 100-yard breaststroke, Lily Orton.
Addie Gassman.
Excuse me, Addie Gassman. Thank you so much. It is Addie Gassman of Highland High School.
With a 50-yard free time of 28:19 in this pool today, had 28:48 just yesterday.
They're waiting for Addie to come get her medal. Okay, and now for the men's 50-yard unified freestyle. Weston Stewart of Salem Hills High School. From Cypress High School, Colton Redden. And from my alma mater, the West Jordan High School Jaguars, Garrett Draper.
Those are your champions from Division 1 in the unified. 50-yard free. There is a Division 2, and they'll have two racers on the podium for that before we take our break.
Now for Division 2 from Cedar Valley, you have Zachary Anderson. And from Brighton High School, Dylan Etherington. There they are, getting onto the podium. Okay, we are now going to take a little break and be back with event 9, the women's 100-yard butterfly race.
Welcome back to the 2024-2025 State Swim Meet Finals. It's championship day, and we are doing 5A in the morning. Stick with us for 6A this evening. And coming out of the break, we are getting ready for event number 9 of the day. This is the women's 100-yard butterfly, and they are off. In lane number 1 on the left side of your screen, if you're just coming back with us, that is going to be Sadie Rich, a sophomore from Alta. Lane 2 is Melissa Young, a senior from Kearns. Lane 3, Saren Staples is a senior from Wasatch. Lane 4 is Valerie Guzman Delos, a junior from Brighton. In lane 5, Mia Smith is a freshman from Cyprus. Lane 6 is Grace Gilbert, a senior from Woods Cross. Lane 7 is Julia Evans, a freshman from Timpview. And in lane 8, it is Madeline Stoltz, a sophomore from West High. And they're already past the halfway point in this, the 100-yard butterfly. The B final first, and then we will go to the podium and race the A final, the medal stand final for the women's 100-yard butterfly. Going into the final stretch, leading the way, Valerie Guzman de la Hoz. And right next to her, Mia Smith then de la Hoz, Guzman de la Hoz.
What a race. That was impressive.
Couple tenths of a second there, and couple tenths of a second separated them in their preliminaries as well. Tight race between Mia and Valerie.
Okay, we are now going over to the podium for the men's 50-yard freestyle awards. In 16th place from Timpview, Tag Lund. In 15th place from Alta, Evan Karayek. From Taylorsville in 14th, Caleb Allen. In 13th from Wasatch, Daxon Razband. In 12th from Wasatch, Dilya Tryanov. In 11th from Wasatch, Jake Funk. In 10th from Olympus, Matt Lee. And in Alta, from Alta High School in 9th place, Ilya Manriquez. Now the top 8 in the men's 50-yard freestyle event, all making it onto the podium. In 8th place from Skyline High School, Finn Vorwaller. In 7th place from Olympus High School, Jaden Courtney. In 6th place from Kearns High School, Lincoln Hatch. In 5th place from Wasatch High School, Dylan Graff. In 4th place from Olympus High School, Kevin Tu. And getting the medals in 3rd place with the bronze medal from Bountiful High School, a time of 21:42, Liam Glissmeyer. In 2nd place, getting the silver medal with the time of 21:30, Skyline's Ben Getch. And getting the gold from Viewmont High School, I believe that is Viewmont's first medal of the day, Cole.
It is.
Isaac Hale, a time of 20.89.
Skyline picking up their second silver, and Bountiful on the medal stand for the first time also with that bronze from Glissmeyer.
Kind of shaking things up a little bit is the men's 50-yard freestyle event. Going to go back over to Cole now for the women's 100-yard butterfly.
Viewmont and Bountiful, the 9th and 10th different schools to get to the medal stand today through 8 events. Now, event number 9, the A final, is up. Starting in lane 1, it is Kate Reichner, a senior from Timpview. Lane number 2 is Sophie Anders, a junior from Alta. Lane 3 is Elaine Liu, a senior from Skyline. Lane 4 is Jade Garstog, a senior from Skyline. Lane 5 is Vienna Lemon, a junior from Olympus. Lane 6, Reese Andrews, a junior from Wasatch. Lane 7, Sentai Hunt, a freshman from Olympus. And in lane 8, Ava Phillips is a senior from Timpview. Fastest qualifying time from the preliminaries yesterday, Jade Garstog is a senior from Skyline, raced with a time of 54:59, just about a second off of the state record and almost 3 seconds faster than second place yesterday.
The state record, the top 3 times, actually belong to Jade Garstong. 53:17, 53:65, and 54:49.
Jade is into the turn first in this, the state final race today. Yards down in the 100-yard butterfly. Jade Garstang in lane 4. The race for silver between Vienna Lemon, Elaine Liu, also Reese Andrews in lane 6. But now pulling away down the final stretch is Jade Garstang from Skyline. Jade first, Vienna in second, and Elaine Liu, also from Skyline, in third unofficially.
Any surprises? The top 3 medals there going to Skyline and Olympus.
That's the women's 100-yard fly, which means the men's 100-yard fly is up next. Starting with the B final, racers on their blocks. In lane 1 on the left side of your screen, Eddie Hansen, a sophomore from Spanish Fork. Lane 2 is Tate Scott, a senior from Cedar Valley. Lane 3, Logan Hansen, a junior from Springville. Lane 4, Lynn Talbot, a sophomore from Highland. In lane 5, Tang, a junior from Skyline. Lane 6 is Samuel Randall, a junior from Springville. Lane 7 is Robert Rassner, a junior from West. And in lane 8, Dylan Trinov, a senior from Wasatch High. Liam Talbot in lane 4, Logan Hansen and Preston Tang. And it's going to be Hansen, and then Samuel Randall, then Preston Tang and Liam Talbot. Liam Talbot from Hunter High, I believe. Our first Hunter reference.
Yeah.
On the day.
Now we'll have the results of the women's 100-yard butterfly event. In 16th place from West High School, Madeline Stoltz. In 15th from Kearns, Melissa Young. In 14th from Alta, Sadie Rich. In 13th from Timpview, Julia Evans. In 12th from Wasatch, Saren Staples. In 11th from Woods Cross, Grace Gilbert. In 10th from Brighton, from Brighton, we have Valerie Guzman de la Hoz. And in 9th place from Cyprus, Mia Smith. Now the A final finishers. In 8th from Olympus, Santi Hunt. In 7th from Timpview, Eva Phillips. In 6th from Alta, Sophie Anders. In 5th from Wasatch, Reese Andrews. In 4th from Timpview, Kate Reichner. And now for your medalists. With the bronze medal from Skyline High School, Elaine Liu. In second place with the silver medal from Olympus High School, Vienna Lemon. That is her second medal of the day. And in first place with the gold from Skyline High School, Jade Garstang.
Olympus and Skyline on the medal stand, and their race for the most medals continues. Skyline with 9 on the day, Olympus with 10.
That is neck and neck right there. Now we'll go over to you, Cole, for the final of the men's 100-yard butterfly.
Olympus hoping to make way on that medal stand with 4 racers racing in this, the A final of the men's 100-yard fly. In lane 1 on the left side of your screen, Max Westman, a sophomore from Kearns. Lane 2 is Bodan Olivec, a senior from Olympus. In lane 3, Chase Johnson, a senior from Skyline. Lane 4, Benjamin Hatchard is a senior from Olympus. Lane 5, Sebastian Rona is a senior from Olympus. Lane 6, Braden Stoddard is a junior from Wasatch. Lane 7, Oliver Northway is a freshman from Olympus. And in lane 8, Emmett Sterling, a sophomore from Wasatch High. Fastest qualifying time in yesterday's preliminaries belongs to Benjamin Hatchard, the senior from Olympus, with a time of 48.33, just edging out his teammate from Olympus, Sebastian Rona, in lane 5, with a time of 48.76. Now quiet at the start. Racers are off. 100-yard fly. Rona gets through the first 25 first, followed by his teammate Hatchard. Lanes 5, lane 4. Lane 5, 4, and 3, Chase Johnson all neck and neck at the halfway point. Rona and Hatchard starting to establish their lead, and it's a race for the gold here between lanes 4 and 5. 5 and 4, Rona, Hatchard. Benjamin Hatchard pulling away on the home stretch, and he does. 48.18, 48.24, separating Benjamin Hatchard and Sebastian Rona, both from Olympus High.
That is a second place in the record books for the 5A records. The 5A record currently belongs to Evan Van Brocklen of Olympus High School, 48.15. I believe they are going now to the awards.
We're going to have a couple unified races now in between the 100-yard fly and 100-yard freestyle. This is going to be the mixed 100-yard freestyle in the Unified Division 2. A couple racers whose names we've seen before today. Lily Orton and Addie Gassman are racing in lanes 3 and 4. Lily Orton is from West, and Addie Gassman is from Highland. And then Dylan Etherington is back. He will be racing out of Brighton High School in lane 6. After this, we have one more unified race, and it will be a relay. So Lily Orton in lane 3, Addie Gassman in lane 4, and then Dylan Etherington in lane 6. This is a 100-yard freestyle. The last time we saw these unified racers, it was for the 50-yard free, so a little bit of a longer task at hand. Lily Orton doing the backstroke so far, and Addie Gassman freestyle. Dylan Etherington in lane 6 also making his first turn. Final turn for Addie Gassman.
It is starting to feel now
Gassman finishes with a time of 1:03.57. Great performance after her 1:07.18 seeding time to get here.
Impressive showing for Addie Gassman. Dylan Etherington he is halfway through his final 25.
Lily's at the halfway point. And Dylan Etherington touches with a time of 1:41.2. Lily's still pushing along with the backstroke. Lily's reached the final turn. Understand if you can't see it along on the broadcast because the other racers come out onto the bulkheads and cheer along these unified swimmers during these events.
You can hear the crowd getting into the Lily, Lily. There she goes, almost through.
10 yards to go. And there she is. Lily Orton from West, Addie Gassman from Highland, and Dylan Etherington from Brighton, the unified swimmers in the mixed 100-yard freestyle. And now we have a 100-yard freestyle relay. In lane 4, you have a team of Cypress and West Jordan.
I believe they have Dylan Garrett swimming on that.
They do. They announced a few of the names over the PA.
Excuse me, Garrett Draper, not Dylan Garrett. Garrett Draper.
There you go. And in lane 5, it's the team from Timpview. Two mixed teams to race in the 100-yard relay. And there is a third team here that's been added, made up of swimmers from Kearns and Alta. And they will be racing in lane 3. So you have a couple mixed teams, Kearns and Alta in lane 3, Cypress and West Jordan in lane 4, and the Timpview team is in lane 5. And the swimmer's in the water.
So the other 3 legs will start in the water.
25 yards down for the team in lane 4 between Cypress and West Jordan. Lane 3, Kearns and Alta coming towards that halfway point. Anchor leg away for Cypress and West Jordan. And that's your leader. In lane 4, finishing first, it's the team made up of swimmers from Cypress and West Jordan. Now coming up the home stretch and finishing is the team from Kearns and Alta over in lane 3. And the Timpview team in lane 5. Going down that home stretch.
5 yards to go.
And that concludes the 100-yard freestyle relay for our unified swimmers today. The mixed unified athletes had their turn at the 100-yard freestyle. Now it will be the women's 100-yard freestyle coming up next. Maddie Parker, a name that we mentioned that holds the state record from last year at the 50-yard freestyle, also holds the 5A state and Utah state record last year in the 100-yard freestyle. Up first is the B final. Again, women's 100-yard free. All swimmers qualified yesterday with times under 1 minute. And off they go. In lane 1, Hannah Flake is a sophomore from Skyline. Lane 2 is Jimena Tay, a junior from Highland. Lane 3, Taylor Nelson is a senior. In lane 4, Sophie Rona is a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 5 is Hannah Quinn, a sophomore from Timpview. Lane 6 is Izzy Harris, a senior from Viewmont. Lane 7 is Kaylee Richards, a sophomore from Maple Mountain. And in lane 8, it is Rebecca Cyril, a junior from Woods Cross. Sophie Rona, then Taylor Nelson from Box Elder and Hannah Quinn from Timpview. But Sophie Rona leads this pack. She was just a couple hundredths of a second off of making her space in the A final yesterday. Had an impressive time and has trimmed it down even more today. Sophie Rona from Olympus with a time of 54.35 in the B final, the women's 100-yard free. Now we head over to the medal stand. Results from the men's 100-yard fly. Go Joe.
In 16th place from Wasatch, Delia Tryanov. In 15th place from West, Robert Rasner. In 14th from Cedar Valley, Tate Scott. In 13th from Spanish Fork, Eddie Hansen. In 12th from Hunter High School, Liam Talbot. In 11th from Skyline, Preston Tang. In 10th from Springville, Samuel Randall. And in 9th place from Springville High School, Logan Hansen. And now the A final finishers. In 8th place from Wasatch High School, Emmett Sterling. In 7th place from Kearns High School, Max Wesseman. In 6th place from Olympus High School, Oliver Northway. In 5th from Wasatch High, Braden Stoddard. In fourth, from Olympus, Bodan Olevich. In third place, with the bronze medal to Skyline High School, Chase Johnson. In second place, with the silver medal to Olympus High School with the time of 48:24, Sebastian Rona. In first place, the gold medal to Olympus High School, a time of 48:18, Benjamin Hatchard. We'll see those gentlemen receive their medals. And then I believe we will also be getting the medalists for the unified events that we just watched. So that'll be the 100-yard freestyle and the 100-yard freestyle relay. And there they are, your top 8 for the 100-yard butterfly men's. We'll wait for them to go off, and then we'll move to the 100-yard mixed unified freestyle medalists. The 4 Olympus swimmers there up on the podium, getting their picture together.
We are going to announce for the women's 100-yard freestyle. This is the A final. In lane 1, Greta Doretto is a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 2 is Shayla Zulchik, a sophomore from Skyline. Lane 3 is Reagan Patterson, a senior from Bonneville. Lane 4, Anna Dietrichs, a junior from Wasatch. Lane 5 is Coco Riding, a senior from Spanish Fork. Lane 6, Ofa Fa, a senior from West. In lane 7, it is Bella Williams. She's a senior from Skyline. And in lane 8, Avery Haynes is a senior from Wasatch High School. The junior from Wasatch High School, Anna Dietrichs, had the fastest qualifying time at 51.29. She races in lane 4. And they are off. 100-yard free. Anna Dietrichs comes in as the favorite, and she gets through the first 25 first. Excellent turn. At the halfway point, Dietrichs leads in lane 4, followed by Patterson, followed by Riding. And now on the final turn, it is Dietrichs, then Patterson, then Riding. Lanes 4, 3, 5, respectively. Final stretch, and Anna Dietrichs opens it up and finishes with a time of 50:71 unofficially. Then Reagan Riding from Bonneville, and Reagan Patterson, and then Coco Riding from Spanish Fork in third.
Now we are going to have the awards for the unified events. First, the mixed 100-yard freestyle finalists. We have Lily Orton from West High School and Addie Gassman from Highland High School. There they are, your finishers in the mixed 100-yard freestyle unified event. Next up, the mixed relay, the 100-yard freestyle relay unified event. Oh, excuse me. This is Division 2. Dylan Etherington for the 100-yard freestyle event. Dylan Etherington of Brighton High School, a time of 1:39.53. Now we are going on to the relay. In third place, the team from Timpview High School. In second place, the mixed team of Kearns and Alta High School. And in first place, the mixed team of Cypress and West Jordan High School. A time of 56.43 to take home the gold in the mixed 100-yard unified relay event.
Thank you so much for your impact on our competition today, and of course the impact you have on your teams throughout your career.
While we see those teams receive their medals, I do need to make a quick housekeeping note, folks. We are having a little bit of technical difficulty. On the next break, the stream may go down. It may go down as we try to figure out some technical difficulties before the final events, but we will not be doing that until the next break. So just make a mental note of that, that the stream may go down during our next break. Now over to you, Cole.
Quiet, please.
On to the men's 100-yard freestyle. This is the B final. In lane 1, it is Mason Smith from Maple Mountain. Lane 2, Tucker Hodgkinson from Box Elder. Lane 3 is Jaden Courtney, a senior from Olympus. Lane 4, Max Campbell from Clearfield High. Lane 5, Stockton Rogers from Olympus. Lane 6, Haynes Courtney from Olympus. Lane 7 is Henry Helgeston from Viewmont, and in lane 8 is Vincent Wu, a senior from Skyline High. All times within 1 second of each other during the preliminaries. 50 seconds, between 50 seconds even, everyone under 51 for places 9 through 16 in this final. And finishing close again, even shaving some time off of yesterday's finish, it is Jaden Courtney from Olympus in first and Max Campbell from Clearfield in second. Now we head back over to the medal stand as the women's 100-yard free medalists take the podium.
In the B final, in 16th place from Woods Cross High School, Rebecca Cyril. In 15th place from Skyline, Hannah Flake. In 14th from Maple Mountain, Kylie Richards. In 13th from Highland High School, Jimena Tay. In 12th place from Viewmont High School, Izzy Harris. In 11th from Box Elder High School, Taylor Nelson. In 10th from Timpview High School, Hannah Quinn. And leading the B final from Olympus High School, Sophie Rona. A time of 54:35. And now for the podium finishers in the A final. In 8th place from Wasatch High School, Avery Haynes. In 7th from Olympus High School, Greta Doretto. In 6th place from Skyline High School, Shayla Zolchich. In 5th from Skyline High School, Bella Williams. In fourth, from West High, Ofa Fa. In third, bronze medal going to the Spanish Fork High School, Coco Writing, excuse me. She has a gold medal under her belt today, and now the bronze. In second place, from Bonneville High School, the silver medal going to Reagan Patterson. And in first place, the gold medal going to Wasatch High School, Anna Dietrichs.
That is Wasatch High's first gold medal on the day.
A time of 50.71. And that is how it falls for the women's 100-yard freestyle event. Back over to you, Cole, for the men's final.
The record to watch in the men's 100-yard freestyle is a time of 44.03. Now your finalists from lanes 1 to 8, left to right. The senior from Viewmont, Andrew Webster, in lane 1. Lane 2, Liam Glissmeyer is a senior from Bountiful. Lane 3 is Kevin 2, a senior from Olympus. Lane 4 is Glenn Tanner, the senior from East High. Lane 5, Drake Doyle, a senior from Brighton. Lane 6, Ben Goach, a senior from Skyline. Lane 7 is Lincoln Hatch, the junior from Kearns. And in lane 8, Dylan Graff is a junior from Wasatch. Fastest preliminary was swam by Glenn Tanner from East High. He's in lane 4 with a time of 45.72 yesterday. Drake Doyle right behind him in lane 5, time of 45.82. 1/10 of a second between these two gentlemen yesterday. We'll see how they finish today. And they are off. Fast into the water. Glenn Tanner in lane 4, coming out strong. Kevin 2, maybe with the lead after the first 25 in lane 3. Doyle in lane 5. Doyle, Tanner, 2. Halfway point, and that is how it goes. Doyle, then Tanner. Glissmeyer in lane 2, then 2 in lane 3. Drake Doyle with 25 to go. Home stretch of the 100-yard free. Great closing speed. Glenn Tanner out of East High with a time of 45.84 finishes first, followed by Drake Doyle of Brighton, and Kevin 2 of Olympus finishes third unofficially.
I have to point out, Cole, the record in this boys 100-yard freestyle event belongs to none other than Olympus's Abe Astle from last year at this exact meet.
Second place, also an Olympus swimmer, unsurprisingly.
Exactly.
That was it for the shorter term, the sprint races. We now get into the long distance, as the next event is the women's 500-yard freestyle. You'll see, if you're watching along on the stream, some of the racers coming out to assist and give them counters to know which lap they are on. 500-yard freestyle is up next. We're going to get a swim off here. Oh, no. Yeah, this is the 500. Yeah, quickly starting. Women's 500-yard freestyle. B final first. In lane number 1 on the left, it is Elliot Brown, a junior from Highland. Lane 2 is Gabriella Zarias, a sophomore from Brighton. Lane 3 is Kaznea Keller, a sophomore from Wasatch. Lane 4, Sadie Johnart, a sophomore from Skyline. Lane 5 is Macy Paulson, a junior from Springville. Lane 6 is Jessica Hulse, a sophomore from East High. Lane 7 is Cassidy Long, a freshman from Maple Mountain. And in lane 8, Amelia Sanf is a junior from Timpview. 75 yards down of a 500-yard final.
And this is just such a different race from most of the other races you see today, just because of this is an endurance race. This is, again, knowing when to sprint, when to hold back. and just that strategy there can be very difficult. And of course, the endurance is incredibly difficult as well. We're a quarter of the way through this one.
That is 200 yards down, and leading is Macy Paulson, followed by Sadie Johnart in lane 4 and Keller in lane 3. .250 yards is the halfway point. Johnart now starting to pull away in lane 4. Putting some distance between her and the second and third place. Also still racing strong is Gabrielle Zarias over in lane 2. And Keller in lane 3.
Coming into the last 50 yards now.
Johnart in lane 4 is beginning her kick. And the bell lap begins. 50 yards away for Johnart and for Zarias in lane 2. Keller in lane 3, your top 3 racers in this B final. Last turn for Sadie Johnart, the sophomore from Skyline. Center of your screen in lane 4, down the home stretch. Sadie Johnart's preliminary time yesterday was that of 5:30.14. She shaves good 5 seconds off of that, getting down to 5:24.93 today. Second place, Gabrielle Zarias, and third place is Ksenia Keller from Wasatch.
We're now going back over to the podium for the men's 100-yard freestyle event awards. In the consolation final, in 16th place from Box Elder, Tucker Hodgkinson. In 15th from Maple Mountain, Mason Smith. In 14th from Olympus, Stockton Rogers. In 13th from Viewmont, Henry Hegelson. In 12th from Skyline, Vincent Wu. In 11th from Olympus, Hayes Courtney. In 10th from Clearfield, Max Campbell. And in 9th place from Olympus, Jaden Courtney. Now on to the A final. And the podium finishers for the men's 100-yard freestyle event. In 8th place from Wasatch High School, Dylan Graff. In 7th from Viewmont High, Andrew Webster. In 6th from Kearns High, Lincoln Hatch. In 5th from Bountiful, Liam Glissmeyer. In 4th from Skyline, Ben Getch. In 3rd, the bronze medal going to Olympus High School, a time of 46.88, Kevin Tu. A silver medal going to Brighton High School, a time of 46.35, Drake Doyle. And finally, a gold medal with a time of 45.84 to East High, Glenn Tanner.
That is East High's first gold of the proceedings and also their first medal of today. They did it in wonderful fashion. Glenn Tanner, time of 45.84 in the men's 100-yard freestyle. Olympus up to 13 medals on the day.
And second place, I assume Skyline with how many medals?
Skyline with 10.
Okay. And there they are, the men's 100-yard freestyle champions. Back over to you, Cole, for the final of the 500-yard freestyle.
At the pool, getting ready in lane 1, it is Ellie Long, a junior from Maple Mountain. In lane 2 is Ellie Plant, a senior from Highland. In lane 3, Linnea Nelson is a senior from Salem Hills. Lane 4, Rainey Moran is a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 5 is Rory Sorensen, is a sophomore from Skyline. Lane 6, Kira Jamison is a junior from Skyline. Lane 7, Sadie McDonald is a junior from Olympus. And in lane 8, Riley Johnart is a junior from Skyline High School. The fastest preliminary time was raced by Rainey Moran. In the center of your screen, lane 4, Rainey Moran had a time of 5:10.41, 6 seconds faster than second place yesterday in the time trials. Now they'll be racing against each other in the final. Racers in the water, and we begin this distance race, 500 yards. Moran starting strong, getting into the first turn first.
The record in this event belongs to Sky Ridge in 6A. Caitlin Andrist, a time of 4:55.28. The 5A record belongs to Brighton High and is almost 15 years old. It is 14 years old, set at this meet back in 2011 by Amanda Barrett, a time of 4 minutes 56 seconds, .96.
200 yards in, and Rainey Moran of Olympus leads, followed by Sorensen and Nelson. Moran still looking strong, approaching that halfway point. Moran, then Nelson, then Sorensen. All racing in the middle of your screen, lanes 4, 3, and 5, respectively. Moran starting to put some space between her and the other racers. And the bells are out. Rainey Moran, 50 yards to go. Followed by Nelson, followed by Sorensen. Lanes 4, 3, and 5. Here comes the kick. Moran of Olympus hits her final turn. Nelson of Salem Hills, Sorensen of Skyline. 1, 2, 3. And that's how it looks coming down this final stretch. Rainey Moran touches with a time of 5:09.75, followed by Nelson, followed by Sorensen. Your top 3 finishers in the women's 500-yard freestyle. Now the men's long-distance racers will take their position. All 8 ladies of the A final and the 500 free have finished. And the men are taking their position. Into the water. In lane 1 on the left, Emmett Hansen is a sophomore from Timpview. Lane 2 is Jed Hatch, a senior from Northridge. Lane 3 is Jonathan Lemon, a senior from Timpview. Lane 4 is Parker Edwards, a senior from Wasatch. Lane 5, McKay Simons, a sophomore from Cypress. Lane 6, Max Westman, a sophomore from Kearns. Lane 7 is Ryan Horn, a sophomore from Kearns. Lane 8 is Bodan Olevich, a senior from Olympus High. Quick start from Max Wesseman.
Looking at the record books for the men's 500-yard freestyle event, the record currently is held by Tanner Nelson of Bingham. That is the 6A and state record from 2021, 4 years ago at this event. A time of 4:30.06. The 5A state record is the second fastest time in the state from back in 2016 at this event. Viewmont High's Drew Bonner, a time of 4:32.53.
Wesseman still holding his lead in lane 6. Has come out to a strong start and now is approaching the halfway point. It goes Wesseman, then Simons, then Edwards, then Lemon. Everyone else very close. $250 yards down. 250 to go. Wesseman still with a slim lead, but McKay Simons pulling up ahead.
Just a note, after the men's championship, the A final for this event, there will be a 15-minute break. And as was said earlier, a little bit of housekeeping. We are having some technical difficulties. The stream may go down during that break, but we will be back well before the women's 200-yard freestyle relay at the end of that break.
Simons and Wesseman swimming neck and neck in lanes 5 and 6. Now with 100 yards to go. That touch, it goes Simons of Cypress and Wesseman of Kearns, both under 4 minutes. And they begin their kick. The assistants with the bells are getting ready.
That's where I would be in this event. I'd be ringing the
a bell.
That's
about what I'm qualified to do.
I'm not even sure I could jog 500 yards in 5 minutes.
Simons, then Wesseman with 50 yards to go. Last turn, it goes Simons, then Wesseman. Wesseman came out to a strong lead at the beginning. Simons was racing right next to him, knew he had to kick it up. And now here at the home stretch, it is McKay Simons and then Max Wesseman, finishing 1 and 2, both under 5 minutes. Both well under their qualifying times yesterday.
Very impressive showing for both Wesseman and Simons. And
that's the effect that someone to push you can have in this kind of a race. When you're running out
Yes.
on the track, it's easy to see around you, see where you're pacing. Swimming's such an individualistic sport. You have to stay in your lane specifically, but often because you don't see what else is going around you, except for that lane right next to you. And so when Westman comes out to that strong lead, Simons starts to pour it on, and he's able to come back from behind a little bit.
Exactly. So now we are going over to the podium for the women's 500-yard freestyle awards. In 16th place from Springville High, Macy Polson. 15th from Timpview, Amelia Sanft. In 14th from Highland, Elliott Brown. In 13th from Maple Mountain, Cassidy Long. In 12th from East, Jessica Hulse. In 11th from Wasatch, Ksenia Keller. In 10th from Brighton, Gabriella Zurius. In 9th place, the top of the consolation final, Skyline High's Sadie Jonert. And now for the podium finishers. In the women's 500-yard freestyle event, waiting for them to update the scoreboard. In 8th place from Skyline, Riley Jonert. In 7th from Maple Mountain, Ellie Long. In 6th from Highland, Ellie Plant. In 5th from Skyline, Kira Jameson. In 4th from Olympus, Sadie McDonald. And now the medalists. With the bronze medal from Skyline High School, a time of 5:13.49, Rory Sorensen. The silver medal from Salem Hills High School, a time of 5:12.33, Linnea Nelson. The gold medal, a time of 5:09.75, from Olympus High School, Rainey Moran. And there they are, your top 8 finishers for the women's 500-yard freestyle event.
Linnea Nelson getting to the podium for the first time of her Salem Hills teammates with the silver medal there. That is Skyline's 7th bronze medal today, the most of any one medal of any team.
Oh, wow. It's impressive. So now, Cole, I'll throw it over to you for the men's 500-yard final.
In lane 1, Henry Long is a sophomore from Bountiful. Lane 2 is Thomas Chamberlain, a sophomore from Viewmont. Lane 3, Benjamin Schiffman is a senior from Brighton. Lane 4, Chase Johnson, senior, Skyline. Lane 5, Jackson Hatchard is a junior from Olympus. Lane 6 is Ammon Kamu, a senior from Woods Cross. Lane 7, Casey Cummard, a senior from Timpview. And in lane 8, Brighton Bushnell, a senior from Wasatch. The fastest qualifying time belongs to Chase Johnson. Racing in lane 4, a senior from Skyline. He had a time of 4:41.07. Very close, though, to Jackson Hatchard right next to him in lane 5 at 4:43. Racers on their marks. And into the water.
Now, looking at the state record books, I want to say one of the oldest, if not the oldest, single classification record is in this event. The 3A record belongs to Rick Morley of Cyprus, a time of 4:34.08. That was set on March 26th, 1977.
That is a long-standing record.
That is a long-standing record, almost 50 years old in the 3A classification of this event. That is the oldest record that I have seen in the record books so far.
And for these distance racers, even just perusing up and down the top 10, you get times from 2009, 2010, 2016. Some of the sprints have been full of Olympus racers of just the last 2 years. Meanwhile,
Exactly.
distance is tough to crack.
That just proves how hard these long events are. Exactly what you're saying. Those sprint events, it's go, 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 faster, faster, faster. And that is completely fair. But these distance events, not only is it endurance, not only is it being able to be fast, but knowing when to be fast. It's that strategy element.
Chase Johnson is through 150 yards in the lead so far, followed by Hatchard and then Schiffman in lane 3. So lanes 4, 5, 3 are how they pace, approaching 200 yards. That's your halfway point for Johnson, Hatchard, and Schiffman. Ammon of Woods Cross right there, putting his hat into the ring, trying to find the medal stand. Yet to have someone from Woods Cross standing in the top 3 so far. The story of the medal stand has been between the two schools, Skyline and Olympus, and they are the two in the lead in this race. Lane 4, Chase Johnson of Skyline. Lane 5, Jackson Hatchard of Olympus.
So far, it is a race for bronze between lane 3, Benjamin Schiffman, and lane 6, Ammon Camus.
.400 yards in the books. Chase Johnson of Skyline High in lane 4 will be the first to hear the bell with 50 yards to go. And then touches Jackson Hatchard. And that race for bronze getting tight between Casey Cummard, Chamberlain in lane 2, and then Schiffman in lane 3. Chase Johnson down the final stretch, touches with a time of 4 minutes and 40 seconds to take home gold in the men's 500-yard freestyle. Jackson Hatchard in second. And that tight race for third, Thomas Chamberlain of Viewmont comes in unofficially with a time of 4:49.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break now. We will be back for the women's 200-yard freestyle relay in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, we are going to try and figure out some technical difficulties. The stream may go down, but stay here right on YouTube, right on KSL Sports, to continue listening in on 5A swim meet action.
All right, so we're going to declare the competition full, please. Please declare the competition full. And when the silver freestyle relay should be behind the block. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now up to event number 15.
Welcome back to the 5A State Swim Meet. My name is Joe Williams alongside Cole Wissinger. We are moving on now to the women's 200-yard freestyle relay. This is the B final. In lane 1 on your screen from left to right, lane 1, Kearns High School. In lane 2, Salem Hills High. In lane 3, Woods Cross High School. In lane 4, Highland High School. Lane 5 is Cypress. Lane 6, Viewmont. Lane 7, West. And lane 8, Bonneville High. The highest prelim seed time in this B final belongs to Highland High School, a time of 1:45.76. First back into the pool on their second leg is Viewmont High. They are narrowly bested by Cypress High. Cypress first to turn. Cypress High in the lead, followed closely now by Highland High and Viewmont in third. Viewmont and Woods Cross having a battle for that bronze position so far. Halfway through, first in the pool, Cypress High School. Cypress has a narrow lead, but Highland closing fast. They start their turn right at the same time. It is Cypress and Highland in lanes 4 and 5. Highland has the slight advantage. They are going into the anchor leg. Highland High first into the pool. The last 50 yards to go. It's Highland, Cypress, Viewmont and Woods Cross battling for that third position. Highland into the final 25. There's the turn. There's the surface. Here they come. 15 yards. Highland, Cypress, Viewmont. And Highland High touches in with a time of 1:44.55, followed closely by Cypress, 1:46.09. Viewmont with the third place, 1:47.79. That is the B final of the women's 200-yard relay event. We are going to go now to the results of the men's 500-yard freestyle. In the B final, you have Jed Hatch of Northridge in 16th, Kearns High's Ryan Horn in 15th, Wasatch High Parker Edwards in 14th. In 13th, Olympus's Bodan Olovich. In 12th, Timfew's Emmett Hansen. 11th, Timfew's Jonathan Lemon. In 10th, Kearns Max Westman. And in 9th place, Cypress High's McKay Simons. The top 8 finishers, the podium finishers in the men's 500-yard freestyle. Wasatch High's Brighton Bushnell in 8th. In 7th place, Bountiful's Henry Long. In 6th, Brighton's Benjamin Schiffman. In 5th, Woods Cross Ammon Kamu. In 4th, Timpview's Casey Kamard. And the medalists with the bronze, Viewmont High's Thomas Chamberlain. The silver going to Olympus's Jackson Hatchard. And in first place, the gold medal going to Skyline High, a time of 4:40.09, Chase Johnson. There they are, your top 8 finalists for the men's 500-yard freestyle. Still looking for Thomas Chamberlain. There he is, popping right out of the pool and up onto the podium. He must have been warming up. There they are. We'll go now back to the pool for the A final of the women's 200-yard freestyle relay. In lane 1, we have Box Elder High. Lane 2, Springville High. In 3, Timpview High. In 4, Olympus High School. Lane 5 is Wasatch High. Lane 6, Skyline. In lane 7, Alta. And in lane 8, Brighton High School. The highest prelim time in this event is 1:40.21, belonging to Olympus High School. And there they go into the pool. Taking the early lead, it is the team from Wasatch. They are the first to start their turn. They are neck and neck with Olympus and Timpview. Olympus takes the narrow lead. Olympus High first back into the water for the second leg. It is Olympus, Wasatch, and Timpview. Lanes 4, 5, and 3. Timpview making a run for the first spot. It's Olympus, it's Timpview, it is Viewmont. Excuse me, it is Wasatch. Olympus back into the pool first. They have a half a body lead over Timpview in second place. Wasatch and Springville battling for third. Skyline High making a push for first. It's Olympus, Skyline, Timpview. Olympus first back into the pool, followed by Skyline. Timpview in lane 3 in third. Skyline, Olympus battling neck and neck in this anchor leg. There's the final turn. Olympus, Skyline, Wasatch, Timpview and Wasatch battling for that third place spot. It's going to be Olympus High School followed closely by Skyline High and Wasatch coming in third. Olympus High School a time of 1:38.62, besting their prelim time of 1:40.21 by 2 seconds. We move on now to the men's 200-yard freestyle relay, the B final. We'll wait for the men to get started in their race. In lane 1, you have the team from Taylorsville. Lane 2, the team from Cypress. Lane 3, the team from Cedar Valley. Lane 4, the team from Maple Mountain. Lane 5, the team from Bountiful. Lane 6, the team from West. Lane 7, the team from East. And Lane 8, the team from Spanish Fork High School. First back into the pool, it is Bountiful. Bountiful followed closely by Maple Mountain. And it is lane 2 Cypress in third place. They are battling with West for that third place spot. It is Bountiful. It is all Bountiful so far. Bountiful first back into the pool, followed very closely by Maple Mountain. Bountiful, Maple Mountain, Cypress. Maple Mountain closing the gap now. They are neck and neck, Maple Mountain and Bountiful leaving the block almost at the exact same time. Bountiful starting their turn first, but they are followed so closely by Maple Mountain, they have a head's lead. And it's coming down to it. This is the anchor leg. And it is Bountiful, Maple Mountain, Cedar Valley. Bountiful winning the B final with a time of 1:32.32.
Now we go back over to the medal stand, I believe, for the results of the women's relay.
Waiting for the teams to get over there for the women's 200-yard relay. And here we go. The B final. In 16th place is Bonneville High. In 15th, the team from Kearns. In 14th, West High School. In 13th, Salem Hills. In 12th, Woods Cross. In 11th, Viewmont. In 10th, Cypress High. And winning the B final of the women's 200-yard freestyle relay, it was Highland High School. Now the top 8 through 4, Brighton, Box Elder, Alta, Springville, and Timpview. Getting those spots 8 through 4, and your podium finishers in the relay event. Third place, a time of 1:40.06, Wasatch High. In second place, the silver medal going to Skyline High School, a time of 1:39.06, and the gold going to Olympus High, a time of 1:38.62.
It's been a constant back and forth between Olympus and Skyline all morning, and it makes sense that they would finish 1 and 2 in these relay races.
And you have Wasatch High kind of knocking on their door all day as well. They have done very well, and they bring up that bronze medal spot.
Now we get ready for the A final in the men's 200-yard freestyle relay.
And there they are, your top 3 finishers in the women's 200-yard freestyle relay. Cole, send it over to you for the men's final.
Same event, 200-yard freestyle relay. Championship final starting in lane 1 on your left. The team from Alta High School. Lane 2 will be Box Elder. Lane 3 is Wasatch. Lane 4, Olympus. Lane 5, Viewmont. Lane 6, Skyline. Lane 7, Timpview. And lane 8 is Kearns. It won't surprise you to know the fastest preliminary time was swam by Olympus yesterday with a time of 1:21.96, a clean 6 seconds less than second place. So look for the Olympus team in lane number 4.
And that was a state record time yesterday and an automatic All-American time. We are about to watch a All-American team from Olympus High School race.
Quiet for the start. And they are away. It is Abe Astle leading the Olympus team in lane number 4 and giving them a healthy lead to start. They touch first, then Viewmont. Wasatch running third. Olympus maintaining that lead. In the freestyle relay into the water, halfway point. Joe, you mentioned their Utah High School state record time from yesterday, 1:21.96. Anchor leg in the water. Olympus just racing against themselves here.
Almost an entire pool length between them and second place.
Going to touch. At 1:21.43 unofficially, may have shaved another half a second off of their already record time from yesterday.
I mean, what can be said about Olympus High? That is how you do it right there.
Unofficial second place Viewmont, third Wasatch, just as they finished yesterday in the preliminaries. Going lanes 4, then 5, then 3. The next event up after these relays, it is the women's 100-yard backstroke.
So we are now moving to event 17 of 22 events. So we will now go to the 100-yard backstroke, then we'll have the 100-yard breaststroke. We will then have a break and then the 400-yard freestyle relays.
In lane number 1 from Woods Cross, the senior, Grace Gilbert. Lane 2 is Ada Frazier, a junior from Olympus. Lane 3 is Annie Nelson, a freshman from Salem Hills. Lane 4 is Elsie Malinka, a junior from Wasatch. Lane 5 is Ashabeen Bradley, a sophomore from Brighton. Lane 6 is Sydney McElwee, a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 7 is Avery Liu, a freshman from Alta. And in lane 8, Jane Elder is a freshman from Olympus High School. Elsie Malinka leads the way in lane 4, followed closely by Bradley and then Nelson on either side of her in 5 and 3. But it is Malinka coming in and touching first at a time of 1:06, shaving a second and a tenth off of her preliminary time yesterday. Bradley, and then Nelson. No, Jane Elder in Olympus, down in lane 8, coming in second. That is the B final for the women's 100-yard backstroke. Now we'll see if the medal stand is ready for that just completed 200-yard freestyle relay for the men.
While they are certifying those times and a potential state record, I've just got to give a huge shout out to BYU. They have been such gracious hosts. They have treated us well. Connie Christensen, the director here, has come up about every hour last week and this week to check in on us, to say, hey, do you need any drinks? Do you need any food? What can we do? And they have just been so awesome to work with. Huge shout out to BYU. We love it here, and it has just been an incredible experience.
Joe, you and I for the past 2 years have been at the BYU Natatorium for these swim finals and also at the BYU track
Yes.
for track and field finals. So in a couple months, when spring sports start winding down.
We were also here for the 3A baseball championships, at least some of those tournament games.
I mean, I'll give you a baseball metaphor. BYU was having to pinch hit
No
for
kidding.
the original venues because there was still snow on the ground,
Yeah,
but the BYU field is equipped for that kind of a thing.
just BYU, their facilities have been incredible. Now your 5A state champions in the men's 200-yard freestyle relay event. The bronze medal going to Wasatch High School, a time of 1:29.08. The silver going to Viewmont High School, a time of 1:27.63, and an official state record, a second state record for this exact team in 2 days, both times an automatic All-American. The team from Olympus High School with a time of 1:21.43.
That brings Olympus's gold medal count to 7. And total medals, they have 17.
Wow. That is an impressive showing for the team from Olympus High.
It's fun to keep track of things, and I don't know the exact math that goes into the calculation for the team that wins at the end, so I don't want to give it away either. But I have a pretty good idea of who's in the lead right now.
Exactly. There they are, your finishers. Now back to you, Cole, for the final of the women's 100-yard backstroke.
The A final led off in lane number 1 by Felicia Shee, a senior from Skyline. In lane 2 is Shanti Hunt, a freshman from Olympus. Lane 3, Alea Leani, a freshman from Springville. Lane 4 is Jade Gerstong, a senior from Skyline. Lane 5 is Anna Dietrichs, a junior from Wasatch. Lane 6 is Ava Glissmeyer, a sophomore from Woods Cross. Lane 7, Claire Hamula, a senior from Highland. And in lane 8 is Brinley Waite, a senior from Springville High School. Fastest qualifying time and fastest time in the state and fastest time in Utah State high school history. It was Jade Gerstong. She has the record at 53 seconds, 53.11. She raced in the preliminaries yesterday at 54.39, and she is the favorite as the racers get in the water. Jade Gerstong, a senior from Skyline. And they're away on the 100-yard backstroke. Jade leading in the first length. Halfway through, it goes Jade in lane 4, Anna in lane 5, and Olia in lane 3.
Now, Jade already has the state record in this event at this meet last year, a time of 53.11.
Coming down the final stretch at 47, 48, 49. Eyeing her record. Oh, just off. But Jade Garstang comes in 53.63. First place in this event today. Anna Dietrichs comes in second, and then Aliyah Leani in lane 3.
Jade Garstang from Skyline High School committed to North Carolina State University to swim there for her college career. Now on to the men's 100-yard backstroke consolation final.
Quiet at the start. And in lane 1, we have Emmett Starling, a sophomore from Wasatch. Lane 2 is Justin Tao, a freshman from West High. Lane 3, Oscar Astle, a freshman from Olympus. Lane 4 is Franco de Saint-Jean, a freshman from East High. Lane 5 is Mason Wallace, a junior from Highland. Lane 6 is Emmett Hansen, a sophomore from Timpview. Lane 7, Logan Hansen, junior, Springville. And in lane 8, Nikola Milasek, a junior from West High School. Already halfway through this 100-yard backstroke. Wallace and de Saint-Jean in the lead in lanes 5 and 4.
They are going stroke for stroke.
It was a great turn. Now down the home stretch. The freshman from East High, Franco de Saint-Jean, finishes with a time of 54.04, just followed by Mason Wallace from Highland.
We'll go over to the medal stand for the women's 100-yard backstroke medals. In the B final, we'll wait for the scoreboard to catch up. In 16th, Sydney McElway from Olympus. In 15th, Grace Gilbert from Woods Cross. In 14th, Avery Liu from ALSA. In 13th, Ada Frazier from Olympus. In 12th, Ann Nelson from Salem Hills. In 11th, Ava Bradley from Brighton. In 10th, Jane Elder from Olympus. And in 9th place, Elsie Malinka from Wasatch High. That is your B final. Now for the podium finishers for the women's 100-yard backstroke event. In 8th place, Springville's Brinley Waite. In 7th, Skyline's Felicia Shee. In 6th, Highland's Claire Hamula. In 5th, Olympus's Santee Hunt. In 4th, Woods Cross's Ava Glissmeyer. Now for the medals. The bronze going to Springville's Aliyah Luyanea. In the silver, second place going to Wasatch's Anna Dietrichs.
Alea Leoni, we just had a
Alea Leoni.
pronunciation update. Coming in clutch for the PA guy as well.
And the first place finisher, who else? From Skyline, a time of 53.63, Jade Garstang.
And Leoni is also on the medal stand for the first time for Springville High, getting their first medal in the scoreboard with a bronze.
And that is how the cookie crumbles for the women's 100-yard backstroke event.
We mentioned after the 200-yard freestyle relay that the Olympus men picked up a gold. They got to 7 gold medals. The only other team, the only other school here with more than 1 gold medal to their name is Skyline High. Jade Garstang has one of those in that event. just now.
I believe she has 2 gold medals.
She was definitely on the medal stand
She
before.
was on
I
the
wasn't
medal
sure if it
stand.
was gold or not, but
I'm pretty sure it was gold.
there you go.
And on the championship final of the men's 100-yard backstroke.
Now for the championship of the men's 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1, Jake Funk, senior, Wasatch. Lane 2 is Kai Hale, sophomore from Skyline High. Lane 3 is Sebastian Rona, a senior from Olympus. Lane 4 is Luan Bernard, a junior from Brighton. Lane 5 is Nash Hale, a senior from Skyline. Lane 6, Connor Swenson, senior Olympus. Lane 7 is Dallin McKee, a senior from Box Elder. And in lane 8, it is Benson Mortensen, just a freshman from Wasatch High School. Those are the 8 finalists in the championship final for the 100-yard backstroke. Fastest time of the bunch in the qualifiers yesterday, Luan Bernard, a junior from Brighton. He had a time of 48.44. Your 5A state record, Luan Bernard with a time of 48.44. The racers are away.
This is another rare event where 5A does not hold the state record. The state record belongs to Lone Peak's Jordan Tiffany, set on February 14th, 2020. The 5A record was set last year at this event by Olympus's Will DeLagaza.
Until Luan Bernard broke it yesterday.
Exactly.
And through the halfway point, Bernard in the lead, followed very closely in lane 5 by Nash Hale. And this will be a race. It goes Bernard, then Hale. Sebastian Rona in lane 3, pacing for 3rd. And Bernard pulls away on the home stretch. And Bernard, if that time holds, incredible advancement on his state record from yesterday, unofficial time of 47.53, and no slack there by Nash Hale, who also would have set a record.
Would have set a 5A record.
Faster than Bernard did in qualifiers just yesterday, but Luan Bernard racing with his hair on fire today.
Incredible race for Bernard, setting an unofficial Utah state record, taking that away from 6A, bringing it back to 5A. Moving now to the women's 100-yard breaststroke.
Consolation final up first. Quiet at the start. In lane 1, the freshman from Skyline, it is Ella Bergen. Lane 2 is Lucy Whipple, a freshman from Olympus. Lane 3, Imani Rose, a senior from Highland. Lane 4 is Kate Brower, a junior from Springville. Lane 5, Taylor Nelson, a senior from Box Elder. Lane 6 is Lauren Vinnick, sophomore, Skyline. Lane 7, Jessica Hulse, a sophomore from East High. And in lane 8, it is Brindley Harward, a senior from Highland High School.
Now I've got to say, you'll see Veronica Black of Highland High School in the next, in the A final of this event. And she holds 6 of the top 10 fastest times in Utah State history in this event, including the state record.
In this, the B final, Kate Brower has a slim lead going through the final turn. It is Brower and Taylor Nelson right next to her. And Nelson comes through at the very end with a time of 1:07.56. Brower with a time of 1:07.64 in second place. Now we turn our eyes back to the medal stand for the men's 100-yard backstroke.
We will wait for the scoreboard to update. In 16th place, Wasatch's Emmett Sterling. In 15th, West Nikola Milesic. 14th, West Justin Tao. 13th, Timpview's Emmett Hansen. 12th, Olympus's Oscar Astle. In 11th, Springville's Logan Hansen. In 10th, Highlands Mason Wallace. And in 9th place, East, let's see, they don't have his full name up there. Franco de St. George. Your podium finishers for Wasatch's Benson Mortensen. In 7th, Wasatch's Jake Funk. In 6th, Dallin McKee of Box Elder. In 5th, Skyline's Kai Hale. In 4th, Olympus's Connor Swenson. Your top 3 medal finishers, the bronze, going to Olympus's Sebastian Rona with a time of 49.25. The silver going to Skyline's Nash Hale, a time of 48.38. And the gold medal, the top time, a official Utah state record, time of 47.53 to Brighton's Luan Bernard.
Bernard picks up Brighton's second gold. Brighton on the medal count with 2 golds and 2 silvers on the day.
There they are. Now back to you, Cole, for the women's 100-yard breaststroke.
Racers getting ready, and now the A final, championship final of the 100-yard breaststroke. Lane number 1, Grace Cannon, a junior from Wasatch. Lane 2, Sophie Anders, a junior from Alta. Lane 3 is Paige Hicken, a sophomore from Wasatch. Lane 4 is Veronica Black, a senior from Highland. Lane 5, Fran Hunt, a junior from Olympus. Lane 6 is Reagan Patterson, a senior from Bonneville. Lane 7 is Cameron Tanton, a freshman from Timpview. And in lane 8, it is Ksenia Keller, a sophomore from Wasatch High School. Joe, you gave it away, but the fastest qualifying time, and with a lot of the fastest times the state has seen, Veronica Black is racing in lane 4. Her preliminary time yesterday was that of 1:01.15.
That is the 4th fastest time ever swam, beating herself. So she has the 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 9th fastest times in Utah State history.
And she's off to a good start today. Through 25 yards, Veronica Black has the lead, followed closely by Fran Hunt.
The San Diego State University commit, Veronica Black.
Halfway point goes Black, Hunt, then Patterson, then Hicken in a tight race for the bronze. But Veronica Black hoping to put some space between her and the field as she does into the final turn. Black followed by Fran Hunt, followed by the rest. Veronica Black coming down the home stretch. Touches first with a time of 1:51, an unofficial new 5A and Utah State High School record. The records are just dropping with each passing race.
They are dropping left and right, Cole. This is what I love about these meets. You just see record after record fall. especially here in 5A.
The ladies get out of the water and make way for the men's edition of the same event, 100-yard breaststroke. The consolation final comes up first. In lane number 1, Collier Brace, a senior from Skyline. In lane 2, Spike Drury, a junior from Wasatch. Lane 3 is Matt Lee, a sophomore from Olympus. Lane 4 is Finnegan Vorwaller, a senior from Skyline. Lane 5 is Yunpeng Tao, a senior from Skyline. Lane 6 is Skylar Maudsley, a sophomore from East. Lane 7, Oliver Lynn, a junior from West. And in lane 8, Daxon Rasband is a senior from Wasatch High. We're at the halfway point already in the 100-yard breaststroke. Leading this batch, it is Finnegan Vorwaller, bracketed by Yunpeng Tao and Matt Lee on either side. Lane 3, then lane 5, then lane 4 into that final turn. Great turn by Tao. In lane 5.
It's going to be a close one, Cole.
Leading towards the final stretch, Tao, Vorwaller, Lee, and that is how they finish. Yunpeng Tao comes in under a minute with a time of 59.25, followed by Vorwaller, 2 Skyline High guys, and then Matt Lee from Olympus in third. Now back over to the middle stand.
Back to the middle stand for the women's 100-yard breaststroke finalists. I believe they are still certifying times. That is what the holdup is about. Here we go. In 16th place from Highland High, Brindley Harward. In 15th from Skyline, Ella Bergen. In 14th from East, Jessica Holz. In 13th from Skyline, Lauren Vinnick. In 12th from Highland, Amani Rose. In 11th from Olympus, Lucy Whipple. In 10th from Springville, Kate Brower. And in 9th from Box Elder High, Taylor Nelson. Rounds out your B final for the women's 100-yard breaststroke. Now for the podium finalists. There are the top 3. There they are. In 8th place, Wasatch's Grace Cannon. In 7th place, Wasatch's Ksenia Keller. In 6th, Alta's Sophie Anders. In 5th, Timpview's Cameron Tanton. In 4th, Wasatch's Paige Hicken. And now for the top 3 medalists. The bronze going to Bonneville's Reagan Patterson. The silver going to Olympus's Fran Hunt. And your new Utah High School state record, beating her own record set yesterday, Veronica Black of Highland High School, a time of 1 minute 5.51.
That is Highland's second gold medal. It is Veronica Black's second gold medal. She previously won for the women's 200-yard individual medley.
And I believe that is also the first medal for Bonneville High School, correct?
Bonneville has a 1 silver and
one silver
bronze.
and 1 bronze.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was Reagan Patterson racing in that same
I think
200-yard individual
I think
medley
you are
against
exactly
Veronica
correct.
Black. And now the final in the men's 100-yard breaststroke. Swimming in lane number 1, Thomas Powers, a senior from Brighton. Lane 2 is Isaac Hale, a senior from Viewmont. In lane 3, Drake Doyle is a senior from Brighton. Lane 4 is Abe Astle, a senior from Olympus. Lane 5 is Isaac Wardle, a senior from Olympus. Lane 6 is Lakin Swenson, a senior from Olympus. Lane 7 is Henry Helgeson, a junior from Viewmont, and lane 8 is Blake Abney, a junior from Alta High School. This is Abe Astel's second individual event. He holds the 5A and Utah State record in the 100-yard breaststroke with a time of 54.44 that he did yesterday
In
at
the
qualifying.
prelims, yeah.
Astel has already been on the medal stand.
I believe Astel has been on the medal stand for 2 gold medals so far, 1 individual and 1 team.
And he has a fantastic start in lane 4. Followed closely by Drake Doyle in lane 3. Halfway point. Astel swimming well. And now coming down the final stretch, it is all Abe Astel racing against his own time. And he touches at 54.95. Second place, Isaac Wardle of Olympus, and third, Drake Doyle from Brighton.
Now, get this. If Abe Astel had not set that record yesterday, that would have been the new state record, just barely. The standing state record going into yesterday was Wasatch's Jaden Hicken at 55.29, and Abe Astel beats that twice.
See, it's all about theatrics. You have to understand, you know, you beat it by a little bit the first time, and then you up yourself a little bit the next
Exactly.
day. You just got it a little backwards. That's okay. Fantastic overall performance all weekend long from Abe Astel. Has state records in many events that he's not even competing in today, as he's limited to just the 2 individual events, and he will be on the medal stand for both of those individual events if these times hold.
Yeah, go look through the record books. You're going to see his name next to many, many records that he was not swimming in today. Now we are going to take another 10-minute break and come back for the final events, the 400-yard relays, and the overall, the men's swimmer of the year, the girls swimmer of the year, and the team awards. So stay with us right here on KSL Sports.
Bill Woods making a hop over to the scoring table. Thank you. Bill. Swimmers, phase 2, competition 4. Phase 4.
Welcome back in for the final two events of the 5A state final for the UHSAA swim meet this year in 2025. We have the women's 400-yard freestyle relay consolation final first. In lane number 1, it is the team from Granger. Lane 2, Brighton. Lane 3, Salem Hills. Lane 4, Cypress. Lane 5, Spanish Fork. Lane 6, Box Elder. Lane 7 is West. And lane 8 is Kearns. This is the 400-yard freestyle relay. Halfway through the first racer's leg, and it is the team from Spanish Fork out to a big lead.
The state record in this event is 3:30.93, set by Lone Peak a year ago at this event. The top 3 times actually belong to that same Lone Peak team, all in February of last year. The 5A record is held by Kearns High School, a time of 3:32.07, set 20 years ago this weekend on February 12th, 2005, a 20-year-old state record.
Spanish Fork holding on to a slim lead, but Cypress making a push. Cypress getting to that turn first. Approaching the halfway point. 2 racers have swam, 2 to go, and Cypress now pulling away and getting into the water first at the 200-yard mark, followed by Spanish Fork, followed by Box Elder. Cypress holding their lead, but Box Elder making a push now from lane 6. Coming up on the final leg of this relay, and Cypress in the water first, followed by Box Elder, followed by Spanish Fork. Lanes 4, 6, then 5 is where your race is at. Cypress leading in lane 4, then Box Elder, and a big push here from Salem Hills in lane 3 with a strong anchor. It goes Cypress, then Box Elder, then Salem, then Spanish Fork. 150 yards to go. Cypress is in lane 4. Salem Hills is in lane 3. With an incredible push in this final 100. Last turn. Does Cypress have enough of a lead to hold on in the last leg? And they will. Touch first. Cypress with a time of 3:50.73. Then Salem Hills with a huge last leg at 3:51. Third place, Box Elder, 3:53. That's your consolation race in the 400-yard freestyle relay. We then have the championship final for the women's 400-yard. Then the men get their turn at the same event, and we'll have some awards to give out for the racers of the year, the teams, and conclude this broadcast of the 5A state final. We'll be back later this evening for the 6A final.
That'll start at 5 o'clock right here on this same YouTube channel if you want to tune in. Now the podium for the 100-yard breaststroke for the men. In 16th place, West High's Oliver Lynn. In 15th, Skyline's Collier Brace. 14th, Wasatch's Daxon Razband. 13th, Wasatch's Spike Drury. In 12th, East Skyle Maudsley. In 11th, Olympus's Matt Lee. In 10th, Skyline's Finn Vorwaller. And 9th place, leading the consolation final, Skyline's Yunpeng Tao. Now the podium finishers for the 100-yard breaststroke. In 8th place, Viewmont's Isaac Hale. In 7th place, Alta's Blake Abney. In 6th place, Brighton's Thomas Powers. In 5th place, Viewmont's Henry Hegelson. In 4th place, Olympus's Lakin Swenson. And now the awards. The bronze medal going to Brighton's Drake Doyle with a time of 57:69. The silver going to Olympus's Isaac Wardle, a time of 56:69. And the state record holder from yesterday, the gold medal going to Olympus's Abe Astle, a time of 54:95, his third gold medal of the day.
And it is Olympus's 20th and 21st total medals, with both Astle and Wardle on the medal stand for this event. 8 golds, 8 silvers, and 5 bronzes by my count for the team from Olympus. That is the most golds, the most silvers, and the second most bronzes.
Now we go on to the finals of the 400-yard relay for the women, and this is where they're going to play the William Tell Overture.
Best part of the day as we get into the final races. Get the music ready to accompany this championship race for the women's 400-yard freestyle relay.
This is when it gets loud in the stadium. This is my favorite part of the day.
Let's list off the teams before we get going in the A final. In lane 1, the team from Springville. That's on your far left of your screen. Moving from left to right. Everyone's getting a little anxious in the stadium, getting ready to go. But we'll announce the teams first. A final, Springville is in lane number 1 on your left. Highland in lane number 2. Skyline in lane number 3. Wasatch in lane number 4 with the fastest preliminary time. Olympus is in lane 5. Timpview lane 6. Woods Cross in lane 7. And Maple Mountain gets into the championship final in lane number 8. The Wasatch team's 3:35, just a couple seconds off the 5A high school record that we mentioned was set 20 years ago by Kearns High School.
So on the women's side, there are 6 points between the first place team and the second place team for the women's championship.
It may come down to this race where, if we can assume it's Olympus and Skyline that are involved.
I would think that is a safe assumption.
Wasatch had the fastest preliminary time, but second and third belong to Olympus and Skyline respectively from yesterday's preliminaries. And so keep an eye not only on lane number 4, Wasatch, but lanes 3 and 5 bracketing them. Silence for the start, and here we go. Again, Wasatch in lane 4, and then Skyline in lane 3, Olympus in lane 5, and those 3 teams are off to a great start here, along with Timpview in lane 6 into the first turn.
And there's the William Tell Overture to let us know that it is the end of the day and the last race.
Skyline has the early lead through 50 yards. Then Olympus, then Wasatch. Skyline, a strong opening leg. Then Olympus, then Woods Cross over in lane 7 with a great first racer.
This place really just explodes, especially during that anchor leg. It gets loud, everybody is on their feet. It is a fantastic feeling here at the Natatorium.
Woods Cross into the water second after that first leg. Skyline still holding the lead, followed by Woods Cross, followed by Olympus and Wasatch. Halfway through the second leg, it goes Skyline, then Wasatch, then Olympus. Skyline and Olympus especially fighting for the girls' team medals on the day. And Skyline will have a body length lead at the halfway point. Skyline Wasatch going neck and neck, then Olympus. Skyline opening up a little bit of a lead, followed by Wasatch and Olympus keeping themselves in it. And it will come down to the anchor leg of this women's 400-yard freestyle relay. Great turn from Olympus.
The stands are going crazy. The energy in here is getting up.
Skyline and Olympus, neck and neck, followed by Wasatch. This relay podium on the line, the team medal on the line, Skyline and Olympus. The top two teams all day, and they have the lead in this final race.
50 yards to go.
Identical turns. Skyline, then Olympus, then Wasatch into the final turn. The home stretch, Skyline has led from the beginning to the end. The team from Skyline High with a time of 3:31.08, followed by Olympus in second and Wasatch in third.
That is an unofficial 5A state record for the team from Skyline High School.
Wasatch came into this race in the fourth lane with the fastest preliminary time yesterday, a time of 3:35, which they improved upon today in the final and found themselves bronze on the podium because of that intensity from Skyline and Olympus.
I mean,
in this final race.
What else can you say? That is exactly what sports is about.
The next event up, we have the men's edition. After all that energy, come down for just a moment as the men's 400-yard freestyle relay, the consolation final first. Starting from left to right, lane 1, the team from Woods Cross. Lane 2, Clearfield High School. Lane 3 is Alta. Lane 4 is Cedar Valley. Lane 5 is East. Lane 6 is West. Lane 7 is Cypress. And Lane 8 is Bountiful.
Now, in this event, it is not going to surprise anyone to hear that the state record and, of course, the 5A state record and the state overall record was set yesterday by the team from Olympus, consisting of Astle, 2, Hatchard, and Rona.
They will be competing in the championship final, the A final, which will swim off right after we finish the B final, the consolation final. Bountiful finishing the first leg first, followed by Woods Cross and then Alta. Bountiful trying to build up a lead. The fastest finish among these 8 teams yesterday was by East High with a time of 3:24.97. That state record from Olympus is at 3:01.81. And now here in the second leg, Cedar Valley establishing themselves. We are 200 yards in, and Cedar Valley and Alta neck and neck in lanes 3 and 4. Then West, swimming west of East, in lanes 6 and 5. Cedar Valley in lane 4. Building up a lead over Alta in lane 3. The anchor leg from Cedar Valley in the water first, then West, then Alta. Lanes 4, 6, and 3, respectively. "50 yards to go for Cedar Valley. Then West, then Alta. Now the home stretch, and Cedar Valley opening up a big lead. And touching first with a time of 3:22.65, then East, then Bountiful, staying with it at 3:25.03, third place in the consolation bracket. Now we go to the results of the women's 400-yard freestyle relay. In 15th, it is Kearns, then Granger, West, Brighton, Spanish Fork, Box Elder, Salem Hills, and then Cypress, who won the consolation final, finish in 9th. In the A final, Maple Mountain, then Woods Cross, Highland, and Timpview, and making their way to the medal stand. Bronze medal goes to the team from Wasatch High, and in a close finish, silver to Olympus and Skyline with their 5th gold medal of the proceedings.
What would be a state record for Olympus, a 5A state record, if it wasn't for Skyline High. There they are receiving their awards. And there they are, your top 3 teams. in the women's 400-yard freestyle relay. Now back over to you, Cole, for the final race of the day.
5A comes down to this. The UHSAA State Swim Meet. This is the final event, event number 22, the men's 400-yard freestyle relay championship heat. In lane number 1 on the left, you have the team from Kearns. Lane 2 is Wasatch. Lane 3, Skyline High. Lane 4 is Olympus. Lane 5, Brighton. Lane 6, Viewmont. Lane 7, Box Elder. And lane 8 is Timpview. The fastest preliminary time and the fastest time that the state of Utah has ever seen in this event belongs to the team from Olympus, consisting of Astle, 2, Hatchard, and Rona, with a time of 3:01.81, and they approach the blocks now.
And that is an automatic All-American time. Any time under 3:05.17 is an automatic All-American. I like that they go through, they introduce not only the school, but each swimmer on this final team.
And we quiet for the start.
And there's the William Tell Overture to let us know to start cheering.
"50 yards in, and they go Brighton, then Olympus, and Skyline. Those center 3 lanes are the pressure points. Brighton, then Olympus, Skyline, and Viewmont. Brighton establishing a lead in the first leg. Second racer in the water. For Brighton, then Olympus, then Skyline and Viewmont. Lanes 5, 4, 3, 6 have the lead. Olympus approaching the halfway point, gets to the turn first, and they have made up ground. Olympus now coming in with the lead, followed by Brighton and Viewmont, and Olympus gets their third racer in the water.
That is an incredible lap or leg for Olympus, being able to make up that much ground and gain that much ground on the people they were behind.
Olympus opening up that lead, now at 3 seconds over Brighton, then Skyline, then Viewmont. The race for silver tightening up as Skyline makes ground on Brighton as well.
Abe Astle of Olympus getting ready to swim that anchor leg.
100 yards to go for the team from Olympus High, pacing at 2:17 with 100 yards to go.
Their record of 3:01.81, can they beat it here?
Olympus, then Skyline, then Brighton. Final turn. And home stretch, victory stretch for Olympus, touching at a time of 3 minutes even, .76, An improvement of over a second from yesterday's high school record time. Olympus, then Skyline, then Brighton in second and third. What an incredible moment for a team that has dominated all morning and afternoon, Olympus High.
That is just the exclamation point on the end of the sentence that they have been writing over the last 2 days. More medals than any other team here, more state records than any other team here. Just an incredible showing for Olympus High School.
So we'll give those gentlemen time to get out of the water. The final scores will be tabulated, and we will put our focus over on the medal stand, where, of course, the gentlemen that just raced will have an opportunity to get first, second, and third. And then we will go to the team awards and turn up the microphone so you can hear the announcements from the PA in just a moment.
We'll stay here until the awards for the 400-yard have been awarded, and then let exactly what Cole said, the PA take over from there. And now for the results of the men's 400-yard freestyle relay event, our final event of the day, our final podium of the day before moving on to the team awards. Your top three in that event, the bronze going to Brighton High School, a time of 3:09:09. Skyline High School getting the silver with an All-American consideration time of 3:07:52. And Olympus High School beating the state record that they set yesterday by over a whole second, a time of 3 minutes, 0.76. Olympus High School taking home the gold. And we will go over to Cole for a final medal count before turning it to the PA for the team awards.
And this will be across both men's and women's, across all
right,
disciplines.
This is the school total.
School totals, and then they will separate out for a women's championship and a men's championship they'll award here in the stadium in the natatorium from Brigham Young University. It should come at no surprise, but Olympus coming home with the most hardware. 9 gold medals, 9 silver medals, and 5 bronze by my count, followed up by Skyline with 5 golds, 5 silvers, and 7 bronze medals.
So that is 23 medals to Olympus and 17 medals to Skyline High School.
Other schools with multiple medals, Wasatch had a gold, 2 silvers, and 3 bronze. You have the team from Brighton with 2 gold, 2 silver, 2 bronze, and then again, multiple medals from Spanish Fork and Highland, Viewmont, Bonneville, and then getting to the medal stand, Spanish Fork, West High, Bountiful, East High, Salem Hills, and Springville, all getting their names mentioned and on to the top 3 at some point during today.
And that is how the cookie crumbles for us here at the Natatorium. We are going to mute our mics and turn it over to the PA for the team awards from here.
Great performances today, Ryan. Congratulations. And now being presented by Chad Starks, the male swimmer of the year goes to from Olympus High School, Dave Haskell. Congratulations, Dave. What a great show today. Fantastic. And now Jen will present the female team coach of the year. And this year's female team coach of the year goes to Wasatch's own Sean Marcy. Come on, everybody, wave to the ground, that boy. Let's give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. And now your male team coach of the year from Olympus High School, Tom Colorado. Congratulations, Tom. Well done. There he is. Give us a wave, Tom. Thank you. Congratulations. And congratulations to all the coaches and to all the swimmers. What a great championship this year. Congratulations. We will have the team scores momentarily. Okay, we got the team results now for the women. In 10th place, Brighton High School. In 9th place, Box Elder. Finishing 8th, Alta. 7th place finisher was Woods Ross. In 6th place, Springville. Your 5th place finisher was Timview. In 4th place, Highland High School. Finishing 3rd with a score of 272 points, the team from Wasatch High School. And following 2 teams, you'll come up and get your trophy from the Utah High School Activities Association and your pictures at the podium. Finishing 2nd with a score of 348 points, Let's hear it for Olympus High School Fireman. Congratulations, Olympus High School women. And top entry, Friday, 2025 state champion for women with 360 points. Let's hear it for Skyline High School. Congratulations, Skyline, and ladies and gentlemen, let's give our champion a big hand. Fantastic job there. And now we have the results of the men's championship. In 10th place, Bob Stedler. In 9th place, Connor Ford.
Sometimes
Sometimes
anyway, in my senior year, guess how many games we won across both tennis and wrestling? The answer is we did not win a single
Your third place finisher with a score of 250 points. The team from Boston High School.
Not most ones, our swimming diving we were one states like this.
The score of 283 points.
Whenever we were in.
Skyline High School.
I wrestled for like a week, but our wrestling team was good because it's such a beat. Like Doss brags about his wrestling up in Oregon.
Yeah. Really?
He wouldn't beat like guys that didn't make our team for our threes.
Really? I didn't know Pennsylvania was a wrestling state.
Penn State is the second best wrestling school in America. It's in Iowa. And for a time in the early 2000s, they were the best.
You know what? I actually had a buddy that I grew up with down in Wayne County. He went to
Let's hear it for Skyline High School. Well done,
If
everyone.
you're from Big Ten to wrestling, you're legit. That's us. Penn State. We had a couple kids from my school that wrestled at Penn State. That's sweet time.
One more time for Skyline boys. Now your 5A Utah High School State Swimming Championship winners for 2025 with a score of 470 points. The team from Olympus High School.
And they had a couple of kids get close.
Oh, by the thing.
By the thing.
By the clothesline.
Yeah.
Looks like it's cool.
Okay, they just took that effect.